we're gonna do things a little differently today. Again, I'm gonna do the lo-fi in the background, the stress relief lo-fi. Yesterday, we were talking about Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, which is this month in June, and I put on some lo-fi that was meant to be stress relief and soothing for folks who have anxiety and depression, and they responded to it. Really, a lot of people responded pretty well to the lo-fi music in the background. So I'm gonna continue that today. I said generally, like, whenever I do these live streams from now on, I'm gonna play lo-fi and the music to make it um kind of calm the mood. It works for me too, because especially when I'm dealing with trolls, I have a tendency to overreact because um I'm a little pugnacious at times, versus verbally and physically, and so I can get short tempered. um, Mea culpa. But in any case, so yesterday I was talking about Men's Mental Health Month, and I tried to keep it more focused. So my wife told me to talk about different, to start talking about more of a variety of subjects. So I'm going to start doing that. So that was something different yesterday. It veered off into some aspects of like psychological concepts and things like that, which I didn't mind, but I wanted to keep it more on Men's Mental Health Month. And I've said, starting from yesterday, that from now on, I'm not entertaining comments that have nothing to do with the given topic in the stream. But if people want to ask me a question that's unrelated to the topic of which the stream is about, then they can drop a cash app and we can talk about whatever they like. Otherwise, they should stay within the parameters of the given conversation of that stream, because I do days where I say that you can talk about anything that you like. There are live streams where I say let's talk about anything you want, but when there's a day where I'm talking about a given topic, I want to stay within that given topic. So I'm not going to entertain comments that come outside of those topics. And I started that yesterday. So it was only about Men's Mental Health Month, but I did take some things that were, you know, somewhat within the realm of like psychology and stuff like that. So today we're gonna switch it up. Again, we're gonna keep the lo-fi music in the background for the stress relief and for folks who it soothes that deal with anxiety and depression. Let me turn it up a little bit so you guys can hear it. But today's topic is different again. So we just found out this morning that Hunter Biden was convicted on felony charges. And so now we have another political person, even though he's not in politics himself, but he's the son of the of the of the current president, who was blatantly who was just like blatantly guilty. So, but a lot of us either who are either moderates or lean to the right were actually surprised that he got convicted, because a lot of us thought that a lot of you know people who might make their money well, let's be blunt. A lot of us thought that a judge probably wouldn't want to mess up his career convicting the son of the current president who may get reelected. But in any case, so now we have Hunter Biden convicted on these charges, and just last month we had Trump convicted on the least consequential court case that he's going to face within this given year. He has more coming up, but almost all the other court cases against Trump is going to happen after the election. And everyone even said that even if he's convicted on all the charges for the Stormy Daniel case, I think her real name is Stephanie Clifford or whatever. We say even if he's convicted on all those charges, he's not likely to see any jail time because of it. And indeed, he was convicted on every charge in the Stormy Daniel hush money case. But most of us don't think he's going to receive any jail time. If so, July 11th is going to be a volatile day in American history. But again, it's not likely that the 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 justice at uh, who who sentenced him is going to give him jail time. Very unlikely. Now, for the other cases, those remain to be seen. The funny thing for those would be that he is reelected, but then he is also convicted of those other more serious charges in those future cases. Then we're going to have something that's even more unprecedented than we have now. What we have now is already rather unprecedented in the course of American history. And best to believe these things are going in the history books, and they are going to be studied in law school for future lawyers who want to go into law dealing with, uh, you know, politics and stuff like that. So all that is to say, where are people going? Like, what is the vibe now? Like, are people still going to vote? Are you still going to vote for the same person? Did you change your mind? I have not changed my mind for whom I'm voting, but I'm wondering if other people are. Thank you, Zane. I appreciate it. So again, the chat today is now that Hunter Biden has been convicted today, and Trump has been convicted last month. Mind you, he even though all his charges were felonies, they are class in New York State. They're class E felonies, which are like the lowest tier of felony within New York State, which means they don't carry much time. And again, it'd be very unlikely that he would get any time on those class E felonies dealing with the Stormy Daniel hush money case. But it is a possibility. So, given that, guys, what's the vibe that others are getting from this? If no one has any strong opinions on this one way or the other, I'll cut this short. That's fine. That happens all the time. But I just gave my little spiel, right? So again, just to reiterate, Hunter Biden was convicted this morning of felony charges. And like I said, Trump was convicted of charges last month on all 34 counts for the Stormy Daniels hush money case, with him uh, setting aside money inappropriately to pay off this little ugly ass porn star, um, who lied about him, by the way, in court. But in any case, it probably it's not going to affect his election, other than if people change whether they want to vote for him or not. But it doesn't prevent him from running, which a lot of people find some dismay that someone that most people who are convicted of felonies can get so many of their legal rights taken away from them, but apparently they can still run for president. Yes, but also, even though he's been convicted, it doesn't he doesn't actually get the felony conviction until the actual sentencing, which is in July 11th. July 11th. Same thing with Hunter Biden. Like, he's been convicted of several charges today, but it's going to be when he's sentenced that he's actually given the 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 term felon under his name. So um, I don't know where we go from here. Like I said, it doesn't change whom I'm voting for, because I wasn't voting for Biden anyway. That was never going to happen. I was either going to sit out the election, or at one point I had thought about voting for Cornel West. But one, he doesn't have a shot in hell of winning, and two, although I like the brother personally, and I like his academic accolades, I don't really think he will make a good politician. but and then I wasn't really serious about RFK Jr. So like I said, more than likely I was going to either sit out the election anyway, or I came to vote for Trump. Um, but just wondering if people were going to change their vote. It's the same for them. They don't care. But they think all these court cases are just by their very nature of whom they're dealing with just political and in that sense sort of not not how do I want to put it, not that they're not real, of course they're real real criminal proceedings, but like being that they all have a political base to them, is do we do we take them seriously or not? Like, I don't know. Divine Flow says your vote doesn't matter. It depends on what you're talking about. Grant Rosendahl says MAGA. So Grant, I'm guessing that your vote has not changed. Your vote is not going to change, right? PXLTERCHRXST talk, either stick with the discussion or leave a, or if you don't want to leave a comment dealing with this discussion, you can leave a cash app. We'll talk about what you want to talk about. Otherwise, I don't care. I'm not commenting. I don't care about any comments that don't have anything to do with this discussion. Either see your way out or drop a cash app if you want us to talk about something that doesn't pertain to this particular topic. Again, I'm done with that. Starting yesterday, I started it yesterday, and I'm gonna keep doing it from here on out. We will not. I will not entertain comments that have nothing to do with the discussion. Not at all, unless you drop in a cash app. Grant says Trump for national identity, security, and sovereignty. Sovereignty. I don't know what that means, but um, oh, and here's another funny thing. I was seeing that Rachel Maddow, the stupid bitch on MSNBC, is now acting like, oh well, I think Trump is going to lock me up if he gets reelected. First of all, bitch, um, where were you concerned when Biden was doing the same thing, hushing people up on the right when it came to the pandemic and all that stuff? You had no concerns then, but now when it's something that concerns you, now you're concerned. You're a hypocrite. I hate Rachel Maddow, and I hate MSNBC. Like, I watch news from both sides of the political spectrum. I watch CNN. I watch Fox. Um, I watch Rising the Hill. Sometimes I watch Young Turks, which is completely on the left, um, on the far left, that is. Then I'll watch stuff like Blaze TV or Daily Wire. I'll look at stuff from Washington Post and New York Times. Then I'll look at stuff, coming from outside of the country, which gives you a better look at sometimes at American news coming from an outside perspective. Like looking at stuff from Filipino news like ABS-CBN, or the Manila Bulletin or the Bangkok Post, or stuff like that. And so I get my information from a wide array of sources, but the one that I just will not watch is MSNBC. I don't like them. Frank Ocean says MAGA, so I'm guessing Frank Ocean is also not going to be dissuaded in his vote. Divine says, do you see the presidential election actually happening? I think no offense, Divine, but you seem to like smoke granola or something. Of course the election is actually happening. In what course of history in America did an election not happen? And honestly, like, people need to, this is why history is important. People acting like things going on now are so, like, there are some things going on right now that are unprecedented. Absolutely. But if you don't think that there was some wilding out going on in the 1800s during elections, You need to bone up on your history. I mean, you had presidents ready to duel each other. And one of the earliest elections between like John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, they were going at each other so badly, and these guys were friends in real life who became bitter enemies up until the point where one of them was on their deathbed and decided to, you know, call off, you know, call off this little feud they had. This is a lot of the stuff is not new under the sun. Of course, the presidential election is going to happen. Marky says, I think both sides are corrupt, but we are forced to choose. Depends on what you mean by corrupt. I mean, politics, like any other field, attracts a certain attract a certain personality type. People who are attracted into politics tend to be narcissistic. To think that you have what it takes to run an entire country, much less be the most powerful person in the world, it takes a higher level of narcissism than with an average person. And as far as it being corrupt, I mean, it's no more corrupt than any other field. Like, I'm pretty sure anyone high up in any sort of industry will complain about certain things going on. I don't think the presidency is anything unique in that regard, other than it has more bearing on most of us than those other things. Grant Rosendahl says, fact, political correctness was a term coined in the Soviet Union, meaning to differentiate a party's truth from a fact-based reality. Democrats must be correct to the party. Um, yeah, yeah, I mean, that is part of where political correctness came from, and it was also the idea that one should talk in a way as to not, that definitely was something that where political correctness came from, but it was also, I think, changed in a different way here in the States back in the 90s, where it became more of a way of showing not just that, but it was supposed to be a novel idea that people would take into account how other people feel about things, just not political, but just like any sort of like views and stuff like that. And I mean, even back in the 90s, we were making fun of it. Like, I don't think people remember, there was a whole movie that made fun of political correctness called, what was it called? PCU. And it had the guy in it who's now like, you know, that did all the Marvel movies with, you know, the Iron Man movies and stuff like that. I forgot his name, but he was in that. But yeah, political correctness has always been like at least in the American side, not the way it was used in the Soviet Union, but at least on the American side, it was always like this novel idea that was, well, had good intentions, but was just horrible, just horrible in its usage. Like, I know I'm rambling, so. Grant says, I'll stay correct to America. Grant also says, means we shouldn't be buying Russian oil. Government doesn't care where they get their oil from. I mean, we shouldn't be buying it from most of these Middle Eastern countries through OPEC. The, the fact that we've been so dependent on Middle Eastern oils while we've had so much issues in the Persian Gulf and places like that. I mean, there's like Venezuelan oil, there's Nigerian oil, there's oil resources all over the place, but one of the biggest places we get oil from is OPEC. And because of that, we keep these little, I don't want to say that, but we keep these little Middle Eastern kingdoms afloat with oil money that if we didn't go to them for oil, we wouldn't have to deal with them. I'll put it that way. I think that's the nice way to put it. The Final says, if Trump gets elected, what should he fix right away in your opinion? Um, the border, shut down that Mexican border. Most of the people coming through aren't even Mexican. They're people coming from other countries that are like it's like a ton of Chinese people coming in through the Mexican border. Why? Especially, and there's no way of vetting them, and no one is doing anything about them coming in. They've actually used two. They actually use TikTok to communicate to each other how to get through the border and find their way to wherever they gotta go, which is most likely like California and places like that. I mean, this was even on this. This is not even hearsay. This was like literally on 2020, which is a left-leaning news institution. And these guys were coming through the border on this man's property. He couldn't do anything about it. He once they even burned down trees on his property for firewood. He couldn't do anything. He tried once to get them to leave. He came outside his house with a gun. Mind you, this is in Texas. I think every natural born Texan has has a gun, and this guy comes outside with a gun and he gets arrested for brandishing on his own property. He gets arrested for brandishing against people illegally on his property, burning down his trees, coming through the Mexican border. He gets arrested. So the border, the custom and border agents are right there monitoring and don't do anything. And these fucking illegal Chinese immigrants just call an Uber as soon as they get on his property to get where they gotta go. And on top of it, there's a bunch of people who are dressing up as migrants to come through the border who are operatives for some of our adversaries. Um, there, some of them are doing so because the some of these narco traffickers are paid off by these foreign adversaries to bring these people in to pretend that they're just migrants trying to get across the border as refugees and stuff like that. It's the Mexican border is a mess. He needs to shut that shit down. I think there needs to be some sort of political trial of Fauci for lying to the country. There needs some be bureaucrats need to be held to account, even though they're not elected. If they have a out if what they do affects people, like remember that time when you couldn't say anything that didn't go with what NIH said. If you were like on Facebook or YouTube, anything like that, you might get your post removed. You might get shadow banned. You might get thrown in Facebook jail. Your YouTube post might get taken down or demonetized, or you might get deplatformed off. And we find out it's because the government was actually telling these social media platforms to do so under the guidance of people like Fauci. I think he needs to be held to account. I think we need to withdraw that money. We need to withdraw our support from Ukraine. And I don't know. It's a bunch of things Trump could do. Maybe another stimulus payment. I don't know. I don't know. It could be a lot of things. I don't know what's I don't know what's the first thing he should do when he right away, but I would say close down the border and deport all these immigrants being poured into the inner cities of America. Like these people are getting more money than veterans. Like a bunch of fucking illegal migrants are getting pushed into black communities all across America, where the people who live there don't get any resources from the government. But now these people who are there illegally get better resources than the locals there, and even more so than veterans. That's ridiculous. I hope he deports all of those folks as soon as he gets in office. That's what I hope he fixes right away. Deport all these people right back to where the fuck they came from as soon as he gets back in office. That's what I hope. WC said, "Do not hate, be critical, and use logic." Yeah. Grant says, "First thing Trump should do is clean house. He failed to drain the swamp last time. Unelected lifers must go." So you're talking about the bureaucrats as well. You want him to clean house with all these little bureaucrats and sycophants that have like these cushy lifetime jobs within the government, but weren't appointed, but they have power over the rest of us. I can get that. I can see that. Grant says, "How am I the only one who gave this man?" Like, thank you, Grant. Appreciate it. Eugene says, "Divineful, good question. I'd like for him to stop international funding to any and everyone for the next 4 years. Stop immigration, socialized medicine, and education, and national insurance." SC9, oh, not paying this person any attention. They're getting put on timeout. Grant says, "Big tech sped up PC for sure." It did, because, I mean, people like Jack Dorsey, who used to run Twitter before Elon Musk bought it out, and Mark Zuckerberg are the fucking worst. They really are. I would like to see more restrictions on social media platforms as well. BSK says, "What's up?" BSK says, "Fracking." What you mean fracking? You want him to do more fracking, or you want him to do less fracking? I'm not sure what you mean. Arcadian Hobgoblin says, "Do you think materialism pushed by capitalism is the reason so many young men feel?" Dude, we're not talking about that stuff today. Like I said, you talk about incoherent things that has nothing to do with the topic. The topic is, how do people feel about the current election? Whom are they voting for, and why? Do the current convictions of Hunter Biden and Donald Trump affect how they're voting and what they think about the current election? We're not talking about random stuff. If you want to talk about random stuff, drop a cash app. Otherwise, I'm not talking about random stuff. Like, you're gonna, I'm gonna corral people coming in here thinking they're gonna talk about anything they want. You're gonna talk about my topic, or you're just not gonna discuss stuff here. You're gonna be ignored and timed out. That's my first warning, and only. BSK says BSK says Eugene idiocy. What is government education now? Grant Rosendahl says deport. Yes, sir. Like I said, let's deport these folks. Like, they come here. I mean, remember the one guy from Venice? I don't know if you remember this, Grant, in the news, but remember the one guy from Venezuela that was like bragging about all the money he was getting. He was bragging that he could just take over someone's house and have no repercussions for it. Um, and I think he was released out of a Venezuelan prison. Like, Venezuela is pulled, like, basically Venezuela did what Cuba did back in like the 60s and 70s, when they were letting out all their felons and let them come through and sent them over to the U.S. through Miami, Florida. It seemed like Venezuela did the same thing. They allegedly released a lot of their criminals and let them come up through the border to come to the U.S. and deport all those people. If you didn't come here through the legal steps, forget that. If you didn't come here and file to be a refugee, they need to be deported. Deport all of them. They are a drain on the economy. They bring down already struggling inner cities, and they're bringing crime and homelessness. They think it's okay to just squat in people's houses. Squatters' rights. That's another thing he should do. He should make squatters' rights illegal. Squatters' rights comes out of a time of the old Wild West, when people moved west, and if they saw a home that was un that was unoccupied at the time because the people either died or ended up moving, then the people could claim could claim the home and property. That is no longer something that's relevant to the 21st century. Squatters' rights needs to be removed. And like I said, they need to close down their border and stop allowing certain people from certain countries to come here just off the top. Just some countries, unless you come in here on some sort of diplomatic status or something like that, you're not allowed. Divine says, I agree. The border needs to be shut down. Like I said, the border is not. It's not just even the illegal immigrants. Like I said, the other thing is it's a whole national security issue. Like I said, there are foreign adversaries that pay off the narco traffickers in northern Mexico to disguise some of their operatives as migrants to get through the border. That's a that is a huge issue. We got a bunch of people coming in from China. You mean to tell me that none of these people are affiliated with the CCP? That these are just hardworking people that are trying to come through America, even though it's not hard for Chinese to come here like that. Shit, it's harder for a Filipino to come here, like just on a visitor's visa. Like, if I want to bring my wife to the United States, as a visit, on a visitor's visa, as opposed to like bringing her here on like a spousal visa or a work visa, she has like she has to go like she and other Filipinos have to jump through hoops just to come here on a tourist visa. Like they have to show a significant amount of income in their bank account over time, and I'm talking like a couple of tens of thousands of dollars. Show that they're gainfully employed. Show that that they don't have folks here living here that they're related to, and all this other sort of stuff. They gotta go through hoops. But then you got these folks who want to just come here illegally. Man, screw that. Deport them and lock the border down. And some of them and some of them come through the Canadian border too. So let's not forget they pour in through both. But it's easier in the Mexican border because you just have a whole bunch of open land. And like I said, the border, the border control agents have been told not to touch them when they come through. So they just openly come through with the border agents watching them. And if you don't believe me, like I said, you can watch it on 2020. Satino Guerra gives the question mark. I don't know which part you're confused about. Grant says Venezuelans couldn't buy bread with a grocery. Yeah, socialism doesn't work, Grant. We know that. Like, Venezuela has so much oil production. They should be one of the wealthiest countries in Latin America. Instead, they're one of the poorest because socialism doesn't work. With the oil production that they create, if it wasn't nationalized, they would be a wealthy nation. It's a bag of paper money, collectivism. BSK says the numbers of young male Chinese coming across is more than reported, all partially unknown. Yeah, it's scary. Like you can't tell me that all these all these young Chinese immigrants coming across the border have good intentions. Most young Chinese folks are educated, which means they would probably be able to come here on a visa, and also because they're coming from a country that's considered one of our top foreign adversaries. They could also come here on a refugee status, but they decided to try neither of those. Instead, they're just coming through here illegally. And like I said, there's open stuff on TikTok showing them how to do it. There's stuff on TikTok. That's why I'm glad that they're finally shutting TikTok down. Like they had 270, they had 270 days. It's now less than that for them to either sell themselves to a American owner, or they will be banned on all American telecommunications devices. They will no longer be available on American telecommunication devices after that 270 days is up, where they were supposed to allow an American company to buy them. and I fully support that. Should have been done a long time ago, and they should also include on that WeChat. WeChat should be included in that. Um, but yeah, it's like I said on TikTok. It was openly showing them how to come here and make it through the border and stuff like that. Then, like I said, right after they came through that man's border, destroying his property, uh, these folks would just order an Uber. So obviously, they had someone where these guys having money to have Ubers and stuff like that once they get across the border. That is a national security issue. And now I'm buying solution is to do what Trump's solution was 5 years ago. Oh, so you mean to tell me that what he said was actually correct, huh? Stacy Smith says, hello from upstate New York. American citizens should come first. Veterans and seniors, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no way the illegal migrants should be receiving more resources than our American veterans. None whatsoever. And there's no way that illegal migrants should be able to squat in the houses of Americans and then you can't remove them. I'm sorry. If you squat, well, I'm in Baltimore, so it's a little, but uh, you squat in my house, I can't say what I want to say on YouTube, but use your imagination. It wouldn't be pretty. You're not squatting in my house. Like just because I'm like, cause I travel a lot, so just because I'm gone for like 2 weeks, maybe even a month overseas, and I come back and someone's currently in my house, they think they have squatters rights in my house. No sir, no sir. Even worse, some of these squatters were renting the houses out to other people, like they were illegally subletting the houses in which they were squatting. How in the hell do you do that? Like that's ridiculous. New York is on some whole other stuff, Stacy. Man, that stuff is crazy. Grant says I have to go, brother. It was a great chat. Subscribe. Thank you, Grant. Um, Please come back for more. um, Missy Munn says I agree 100%. Shut the border down. Overcoming Sin 63 says hi. What's up? CJ says hey J.A.C. CJ says rightfully so for both criminals. Overcoming says if you shut down your border, where else should people flee from tyrannical government? Not our problem. Not our problem. That's the solution. Not our problem. For and that's and that's and for the sake of argument, I'm granting that these people are fleeing from tyrannical government. These people are not fleeing from tyrannical government. Like if you're thinking of people like coming from like El Salvador trying to get away from all the gang warfare and stuff like that. These people aren't doing that. These people from Venezuela were released out of prison. Some of these Mexicans, some of them are just genuine migrants coming across the border for a better life, but they're in the minority. Even if we're sympathetic to like the illegal migrants coming from Mexico who are just looking for a better life in America, you know, I understand that, but they're not in the majority. All those young Chinese people coming across the border, you can't tell me that these are people fleeing from a tyrannical government. Young, healthy Chinese people of military age. That's when it should be a red flag to you. Young people of military age coming through the border should be an automatic red flag. They're not coming with children. They're not coming here with families, with children. They're young military age people. That is a red flag. And again, we already know from, and again, I know this is a little bit above my pay grade, but we already know from, government sources that, these narco traffickers in Mexico are being funded by some of our adversaries in places like, China, Iran, and other places to disguise some of their operatives as migrants and get them across the border. So it's so even if there are some people trying to flee their tyrannical governments, it's not our problem. Fuck them. Go somewhere else or fight for the freedom in their country like we had to. Fuck them. That's what I say. Arcadian says the voter base may let one sway them over the other, which is wild. I mean, the electorate is not the most brightest bunch, so who knows? CJ says they don't need to shut it down; they need to oversee it better. They are overseeing it, but they're not doing anything. Like CJ, like watch that 2020 special. They are the border patrol agents are literally watching them as they come through. Like they've been told not to apprehend or arrest these people, not to stop them, nothing. Like they know what's going on, they see it going on. They were allowing it under Biden's administration. They were just openly just walking, coming across the border openly onto, and this was on a guy's private property. Not only were they illegally crossing the border to come to America, they were illegally trespassing on this man's property, and he was not allowed. He was told he cannot do anything about it. They burned down the trees on his property, bringing down the value of his home, and just camping on his property, on his privately owned property. The one time he came outside with a gun on his own property, mind you, this is in Texas, where every law-abiding Texan has a right to a gun. He was arrested for having a gun on his own property. So it's not anything. It's not overseeing it. Shut that shit down. Shut it down. Come, shut it down. Build a wall. I don't care. Put a force field up. Stop them from coming through. Most of them, like I said, aren't even genuine migrants. A lot of them are foreign operatives. It's a national security issue. There's no way we should be allowing people come here of military age across that border and thinking they're that their reasons for coming across are genuine. Shut it down. It's a national security issue. And it's like I said, they don't need to oversee it. We have 18 national intelligence agencies, both civilian and military. We know what's going on, but the administration has told them not to do anything. J.A.C says, "Hey, how's it going? What's up, J.A.C?" He says the open border down there is impacting Canada and suburban Toronto. We have parking lots full of Mexicans waiting for a job for today. It's crazy to see up here. Yeah, like I said, and then like I said, there's problems with migration at the Canadian American border as well. That's why I was just saying it's not just the U.S. Mexican border; it's also the Canadian U.S. border. Um, and it's like I said, they are becoming a problem. And like I said, not most. And here's the thing, GJC. Like I said, most of them aren't even Mexican. Some of them are. Many of them are Latino, but not all of them are Mexican. Some of them are coming from some of these from some of these broken down countries in other parts of Latin America, like Venezuela and El Salvador, Bolivia, all the little shithole countries of Latin America, all the places where you can probably get some good cocaine. that's where a lot of these people are coming from. All these little cocaine countries. Most of them aren't even Mexican. And it's a problem. Like I said, it's even affecting Canada. And then, like I said, what they do is then they bust these people off to already overpopulated and poverty-stricken cities within the U.S. Like all these people, all these little bleeding heart liberals were all sympathetic to these immigrants until they start bringing them into their cities. All these little bleeding heart liberals in New York City was like, oh, it's not fair, the blah blah blah. Then they started putting them in New York City. Now they're like, oh, they gotta go, they gotta go. Like, oh no shit. It was all right when it was affecting Texas and Florida and Arizona, New Mexico, and California. But oh, now they're but now you see them in places like Chicago and New York, and now they're like, oh, they need to go. Overcoming sins says, I know a lot of Armenians that are grateful coming to U.S. Sure, but the one I know Armenians as well, but they came here legally. One of my friends in college, she's Iranian. Well, she doesn't call herself Iranian. They rather call themselves Persian because it sounds less stigmatizing to call them to refer to themselves as Persian. But yeah, I know Persian people. Most of the ones who come here legally are doing very well. Like she was wealthy. She came from one of the wealthiest parts of the D.C. suburbs in Montgomery County. Um, she was very pretty. Like we almost dated. She even wrote my name in Farsi to get it tattooed once, which I didn't end up getting after the whole 9/11 attacks. But in any case, yeah, there's some good Iranians here, but those are the ones who came here legally. That's the key. They came here legally. We're talking about people who are coming through the border illegally. I don't trust them. Nor should nor should anyone who who's concerned with national security and stuff like that. Like I said, anyone who's coming through the border who is of military age should be an automatic red flag. BSK says, but green cards can be short term. We have property south of Junction, Texas, a long walk from the border. Still has alien activities. CJ says that's why I said oversee it better. That includes not letting everyone come over. Like I said, just shut it down. Because well, I get what you're saying, but when you first said oversee it, I thought you meant just like have more oversight. And I'm like, there's plenty of oversight already. They need to just change what they're doing, which is like just not letting them through. CJ says screening them to see their background from where they came from, violent crimes, no entry. But how do you ascertain that? How can you ascertain whether someone was convicted of a violent crime just coming through the border? These are people coming from another country. You're not going to get that information just coming off the border. To go through the lengthy process of finding someone's background from their national country, assuming that that stuff is readily available to us to get, would take a lot of resources, more than just simply saying no, you're not getting through. Like they can go through if they're genuine, they can go through the refugee process, which takes a long time, but at least within that refugee time, they're not going back to their country. But if they're not coming here and claiming refugee asylum, then they should be sent back. Especially like I said, if they're military age, there's no reason. I'm sorry, I'm biased. I don't think anyone of military age that's not attached to children should be coming through here, because that to me is a red flag that they are operatives. Is it drug crimes as well? Again, the whole problem is like I said, you're not. It would take a larger amount of resources to sit there and try to find where each person is coming from, what country, what their past or background is from that particular country, than to simply just not let them through. That's gonna that's a waste of taxpayer money. We shouldn't have to put like border patrol is already a huge expenditure right now, but to also and then like I said, it's not even just border patrol. You also have like National Guard that's often out there doing that work as well. You got National Guard, you got border patrol, and you have um, some other government federal law enforcement agencies. There's already a huge amount of resources. On top of that, we're going to get our Justice Department out there to be trying to go through all these people's background when they're illegal migrants in the first place. that to me is absurd. It's a huge taxpayer expenditure. It's unnecessary because they're not even they're not even trying to make the right steps to come here in the first place. So I say send them all back. Don't let them through. Crazy Muda named Ice Cube says I'm more considered about Canadians entering our country. They got Drake and all right, haha. Um, Overcoming Sin 633 says I heard a lot of them coming from Yemen and Syria. Yeah, like I said, we got a bunch of people coming from adversarial countries that disguised as Mexican migrants. Mr. Gerb said you speak in fact 100%. CJ says New York is putting them in the hotels. Yeah, putting them in hotels. Then, like I said, there was one Venezuelan in New York that was bragging about squatting in people's houses and saying that they can't do anything about it, and saying that he's getting all this free money from the government and all this other stuff. And then you had them just openly committing crimes, openly assaulting our police, regardless of regardless of whether people like or dislike the police. That's irrelevant. There shouldn't be people who can just come across our borders and openly attack our police and they can't do anything about it. Send all the asses home. Like, so someone earlier on the stream said what should be one of the first things that Trump fixes right away if he's elected. And like I said, deport all these illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, undocumented migrants, whatever you want to call them, to feel better about themselves. They all need to go. Like I said, they're flooding the inner cities, which are already damaged. They're flooding these inner cities where there's already a bunch of poor Black and Latino people, and some poor Asians as well, and they're receiving all these benefits and not contributing anything to those already poverty-stricken areas. They need to be sent the fuck home. Put them on a Greyhound, whatever. Send them right on back. Right on back. R1A is saying something in another language, so I can't understand what he's saying. Crazy Muda says, and also we should be concerned Greenlandic people who are entering our country after going through Canada. Who knows what they're like. I've never met a Greenlandic. That's besides the point. We're talking about America, not Canada. So that's cool, but we're talking about America, not Canada. Canada, like, whatever Canada's issues are Canada's issues. We're talking about America here. CJ says we're the U.S. We can do that. J.A.C says El Salvador cleaned up their country like crazy. It's still a hellhole. You still couldn't pay me to go visit there. Like I said, I'm in some of these passport bro groups where I've heard people say there's some parts of El Salvador that's okay to visit. You can't pay me to go down there. No, not at all. Where do you think all the MS-13s come from? El Salvador. That gang was invented there. And there's both MS-13s and MS-15s. Most people don't even know that. And to be honest, some of the MS-13s don't know the difference between them and the MS-15s. Man, I don't care how much they clean it up. That place is still dangerous as hell. I mean, there's places in Baltimore I won't go. You think I would go to El Salvador? No way. Trevor says, you on the ice, brother? Oh. Maybe just asking the Canadian commenter. CJ says, wouldn't take that much waste of taxpayer money. Yes. Just letting them through and allowing them to obtain government assistance and putting them in hotels is a waste of money. It would be better. No, what would be better is sending all their fucking asses home and closing the border down and automatically banning people from certain countries from not entering at all. If you are from X, Y, and Z country, you don't come here. The same way that Trump did when his first year in office when he instituted those bans of travel on certain countries. We need to do that again. Tamim says, yeah, brother. CJ says to receive this information, then do it the other way where they are all coming in illegally. Okay. Tamim says, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Overcoming sin says El Salvador is recovering right now. Not our problem. Oh, that's fine, but it's not our problem. Not our problem. That's just like the earlier commenter saying, well, what should people do who are fleeing from tyrannical governments? Not our problem. First of all, most of them aren't fleeing tyrannical governments. What tyrannies? The only really tyrannical governments right now is like China and North Korea and a few other places. But most of these people are coming from are not tyrannical governments. And again, people coming here from China who are of military age are not fleeing a tyrannical government. People fleeing a tyrannical government aren't going to be healthy military age people. They're not. They're simply not. J.A.C says the new president in El Salvador threw everyone with a tattoo in jail. Look him up. It's a really interesting story to follow. I don't blame him because probably a lot of those tattoos represent MS-13 and some of those other gangs and organized crime in that area. Same thing with like people coming from Honduras, Belize, and Nicaragua. Cristiano Chatopathaye says hello. Hope I didn't butcher your name. BSK says from what? El Salvador. Crazy Muda says, would you approve of the U.S. taking initiative to help them come through legally? Yeah, legally, but they're not coming through legally. Once you've already came here without taking legal steps, you're already here illegally. You're talking about them claiming asylum. That's different. That's also a process. You actually come to the border and you state that you are seeking asylum. They're not doing that. Like I said, these people were openly using TikTok videos showing them how to come through the border illegally. They had no intentions of doing it through the legal process. Send them all the hell back home. Fuck them. It's not our problem. Until America deals with their own, starts helping Americans, fuck them. Sorry. They shouldn't have chose socialism in those fucking countries. Like I said, you got people coming from Venezuela. Venezuela has a huge oil supply and mass production of oil, but because it's a socialized industry, they're all poor. Venezuela should be one of the wealthiest countries in Latin America because of their oil production. That's their fault. That has nothing to do with us. Ryan is saying some dumb shit. Get off my fucking... Look, guys, if you're gonna troll, leave a Cash App. If you're not gonna troll, you getting the fuck off my platform. Again, I'm not your typical YouTuber. I don't get paid for this shit, and I can fucking fight. So, fuck you. CJ says it's form of discrimination. You have a tattoo, you must be bad. No, it's not. You're being obtuse. I'm pretty sure he's not saying everyone. Like, I could be wrong. He could be saying everyone who has that tattoo is being locked up. I doubt it. So unless it's to the point where you have a tattoo that says "mom" and they're locking you up, then that's obscene. But more than likely, those tattoos are synonymous with gang culture. This is why people don't like people with tattoos in Japan. You obviously haven't traveled much outside of your country. They allow foreigners in Japan with tattoos, but they do not like people with tattoos in Japan because they still see it, even today, they still see it as part of Yakuza culture. They see people who have tattoos as part of being the Yakuza, or now the younger gangs that have risen up in the ashes of the Yakuza. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of those folks in El Salvador have tattoos that are affiliated with gang culture. So that's on them. On the top of that, if you know if you know that your political leader is now locking people up if they get tattoos, then just don't get one. Common sense. So I'm supposed so I'm supposed to care about people who willingly do some sort of body modification knowing that it will identify them as a criminal? No, I don't care. Fuck them. Crazy Muda says, check that check that is true. What if the tattoo was a tribute to a dude's dead daughter? Again, like I said, I can see if it's like some say his mom or his daughter, like, oh no, R.I.P. Rosemarie. That's different. But I'm pretty sure it's not just a tattoo saying mom or Rosemarie or something like that. I'm pretty sure it's gangs, gang affiliated stuff. Like, I don't see the issue. Again, just don't get the tattoos. The same thing in the American military. They used to not allow people into the American military who had tattoos. Even when I went in, I mean, even when I went in 1998 into the army, when we got after we made it through boot camp and we started our advanced initial training, they had a whole debriefing for everyone who had a tattoo. They made them go to a briefing to ascertain that they were not involved in any sort of gang culture. So it's not beyond the pale of expectations to think that a lot of people don't like seeing young military age men with their bodies covered in tattoos because it may be a sign that they are affiliated with organized crime and gang culture. If you don't understand that, you're probably some obsequious Generation Z or millennial who think you're entitled to do anything, and then people are supposed to just treat you whatever way, despite your bad decisions. Overcoming senses, yeah. Tayyip Bukele is loved by outside government. I don't know who that is. Crazy Moose says that's a shame because a lot of the Japanese tattoo artists are extremely talented. Yeah, they are. They said it's becoming more acceptable in Japan, but there's still a huge stigma against tattoos. Like there are a lot of stores that will not allow Japanese people in there if they see them with open tattoos. Like some of them still get them, but most of them are smart to put them in places that can't be openly seen, right? So on their back or their chest or somewhere not easily seen, like on their arms or neck or whatever. They put like some of them who get the artwork get it somewhere where it can't be seen, so they won't be refused business in some of these institutions. Because a lot of people, you understand Japanese culture, like a lot of places, like I said, they won't allow you in if you have tattoos, and they won't allow some foreigners in there in some stores. Not anything to do with tattoos, but there's a lot of places you'll go in Tokyo that will say no foreigners because their staff don't speak English and don't want to deal with tourists or whatever. Not just not just Americans, but anyone. Like a lot of tourists from China or whatever. Like if you don't speak Japanese and stuff, they really don't want to deal with you. So Darth Sirius says yes. MS-13 is from El Salvador. Yep. See, this is all right. Well, I'm unsubscribing. Your thought process behind things seems very discriminatory and illogical. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Leave. Unsubscribe. Get the fuck off my channel. Be out. Be gone. Bounce. Be out, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. I don't care. You're stupid. I don't give a fuck about your ooh, I'm unsubscribing. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. You're like one of those idiots that come to a fucking department store, be like, you no longer have any of my business. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. You're not paying me. Get off my channel. Don't ever fucking come back. I don't give a fuck about you. Dumbass. Clip K through 200 says they're very mannered Americans are untilted and get every. They're very mannered Americans are and tilted and get everything easy. I don't understand that. I'm sorry. No, he locked up anyone who has gang tattoos. That's what I was saying, J.A.C. These weren't just people. Like, he's making it like someone who has a tattoo that says "Mom" or "My dearly beloved daughter Rosemarie" is being locked up. They were people who had gang tattoos. That's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. I knew he was being disingenuous. That's why I pulled his fucking card on it, because I knew he was bullshitting. Like, the president is not locking people up just for having a. If you like Batman, right? Like, you have Batman. Oh, you get locked up, you have a Batman tattoo. No, they're locking up people with fucking gang tattoos on. And like I said, even in the American military, they used to not allow people into the service who had tattoos back in the day. And the ones they did, when we came in, they made them do a debriefing. They made them do a debriefing and swear that they were not a part of any sort of gang activity prior to joining the military. And that was anyone who had a tattoo. So he think I cared that he's unsubscribing. Like, I give a fuck. Is he even a dude? He sound like a straight up bitch. Is that a Karen? I think that's a Karen. I'm unsubscribing. Okay, Karen. Or male Karen. No one gives a fuck. This ain't Sears. Bitch. You never you never drop one bit of money into my Cash App, so who gives a fuck if you're unsubscribing? Unsubscribe and never fucking come back. How about that? Do me that favor. Don't ever fucking come back, CJ. Bitch. Darcy says, nah, seems like you're an offended little cupcake and people aren't allowed to have different opinions from yours. Am I? Am I though? You can have different opinions, but I don't have to agree with them. He's trying to convince me of something. It's my channel. If you don't like it, go to fuck somewhere else. This is not First Amendment. This is the channel of Just A Contrarian. And if you don't like it, go to fuck somewhere else. You too, Darth Sirius. The fact that you even like the Sith shows that you're probably an asshole anyway. So, fuck you. J.A.C says, I'm not a big Tucker Carlson fan, but watch the interview he just did with the president of El Salvador. His name is Nayib Bukele. Oh, that's the name. The other guy said Tayyip, and I'm like, who are you talking about? So the current El president. Okay. And then I know the recent Mexican president is actually a Jewish lady that just elected as president of Mexico. I forgot her name, but I know that's unprecedented. I think she might be the first female president of Mexico. Yeah, it's like, I think I hate Salvadorans. Like, some of my when I moved to the DC suburbs, a lot of the Latinos there were like Salvadoran. So the women were beautiful. The guys were cool as hell. Like, a lot of them put me on games, like taught me some Spanish, used to eat food at the house, all that good stuff. Again, a lot of them came here legally. And even the ones who didn't come here, like, legally, through the process of, their being born here or whatever, became, legalized citizens. So I had no issue with it. I have an issue with people thinking that military age people coming through the border aren't a national security issue. BSK says Citrus Grove near border. Squatter ended up with 3 acres. Wow. Brandon Gonzalez says, hi, I'm back. What's up, Brandon? Cream says TEH. Don't know what that stands for. CJ says, my point proven. Here's my point proven. Get the fuck off my channel, bitch. BSK says contrarian is in the name. Frank Aguilar says, biblically, you're not supposed to tattoo your body. I've heard that, but there were, I don't know. That's a whole different issue, right? But again, the original discussion was about not about the border. It is about whom are people voting for? Do they feel differently now that people are being convicted? You have Trump being convicted last month of some minor felonies in New York State over some hush money allegedly. You have Hunter Biden convicted today over his illegal gun stuff he did. Um, and I was like, does this affect people's votes? Is this changing how people feel about the election? That's what this is about. People want to turn this all about who deserves to come over the border and who doesn't. If you're coming over illegally, you don't deserve to be here, period. Full stop. I'm not going to get into a nuanced discussion of people who deserves to come over here illegally just because of the backgrounds of what's going on in their country. That's not the discussion. And people always want to turn the discussion into what they want to turn it into. Again, I banned CJ off the platform. He wants to turn this discussion into something that this topic was not about. He has not dropped a bit of money in my Cash App, so I don't give a fuck what he thinks. If you want to turn this into a discussion about what you want to talk about, then drop a Cash App. Otherwise, we are sticking on the topic of the day. It's simple. I don't know why that's hard. People think they're supposed to come here and just have a bunch of word vomit about things they want to talk about. BSK says CJ grow up here. Frank says, why you disrespect him and call him president? He's not my president. I didn't say that. I'm just repeating what I was told. They said the Nayib, sorry, let me go back up here a bit. Nayib Bukele was elected president in El Salvador. I don't know anything about him, Frank. I didn't know you were even from El Salvador, my friend. And then the other discussion became this guy who I just banned off the platform, Frank, named CJ, who was saying that the guy was locking up people who have tattoos. And I said, I highly doubt that he's locking up every single person who has a tattoo. I said, more than likely, he was only locking up people who have tattoos that seem correlated to gang affiliation. And someone even came up in the comments and said, yeah, that's what he's doing. He's locking people up who have gang affiliated tattoos. And I was like, yeah, that makes more sense, because I'm pretty sure he's not just locking up someone who has a tattoo of a heart on his arm that says mom. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. I'm pretty sure he's locking up people with gang affiliated tattoos. And so you could probably tell me more about that if you're from El Salvador, but the person was trying to derail the conversation on something that was completely irrelevant to the original topic, which was talking about the presidential election, how people feel about whom they're voting for now that we're seeing people getting felony convictions on things that aren't exactly germane to the election. Like I said, the son of the current president, Hunter Biden, just got convicted today on felony charges dealing with illegally getting the gun and some other things, and dealing with his drug addiction. He's a crackhead. So I'm just gonna be blunt. Hunter Biden is a fucking crackhead. The dude was kicked out of the U.S. Navy. He was an officer in the U.S. Navy. Got kicked out of the U.S. Navy for his drug addiction. It wasn't a dishonorable discharge. Because he's well connected, they gave him a less punitive discharge. I think they let him go with less than honorable, because there's different levels of military discharge. You have honorable, less than honorable, other than honorable, and dishonorable. So he got one of those. He didn't get dishonorable, but it's still, if you look at it and it says other than honorable or less than honorable, they didn't leave the military in a satisfactory way. And then right afterwards, he lands like a cush job in a Ukrainian firm on a multi-million-dollar deal. For what expertise? None. Then he also had something dealing with Chinese executives. Like, this should be that was something that should be looked into, and it was. But of course, it became political. But the thing he was charged with today had to deal with the gun, because someone who's a drug addict and some other things aren't allowed to illegally get a gun, and he did it illegally. He falsified his records to get a gun that he didn't qualify for getting. So I think that's what he was convicted of today. So, um, Frank says, you remember back in the day they didn't have that "don't ask, don't tell" if you were gay. No, I remember when I came in the service, it was that "don't ask, don't tell." Now it's completely different. One of the one of the head people. I don't know if the person is part of the Joint Chiefs of Staff or something like. I think Joint Chiefs of Staff or something like that. But they have a non-binary or trans person or whatever the person is. I'm not going to say he, she, whatever. But they have colored hair, whatever the person is, some sort of colored hair or whatever. And I'm like, wow, this is the military now? That would not have flown 30 years ago. But yeah, I remember that came under the Clinton, and when Obama came into office, he got rid of the don't ask, don't tell policy. Frank says, well, you should care because right now I only see 12 people in the chat. I don't care. They're not paying me though, Frank. That's the problem. I mean, that's the issue. Like, if, this is not a super chat, it's just a regular vertical live stream. If this was a super chat, then I would be concerned. It's not a super chat. I'm not moved one way or the other. I'm not getting paid to do this. I'm not. So I don't care. Again, this is not Sears. This is not Burger King. You can't have it your way. This is the channel of Just A Contrarian. And you knew that coming in. And if you didn't, they probably should have read the description of the channel before they came in. Also, they should have listened to the proviso that I gave at the beginning of the stream, which is, starting yesterday, I said that I will be strictly enforcing the fact that if you are not contributing to the actual topic of the given live stream, then I will not be acquiescing to that. You will either have to stick with the topic, or you can drop the Cash App and you can talk about whatever you like, or you can just leave. And I don't care about someone getting their feelings saying I'm unsubscribing. Like, I give a shit. Unsubscribing is not taking a single penny out of my bank account. I don't care. Like I said, I'm not your typical YouTuber. I don't give a fuck. I can fight. I don't care. And I have those tools. I don't care. Frank says, all right, this is boring. Then get the fuck off my channel. Crying about I'm crying seems just as stupid, though, bruh. Crazy Muda says, have you ever been to Connecticut? Yeah, I stayed in New London for a couple of weeks with some family. It was nice. The funny thing is, I remember them telling us the area, like when we were, walking around New Connecticut. And I know this is not connected to what we're talking about today, but I'll allow it. When I was there, we were in some area, and they were saying this part is the hood. I'm like, this is the hood? Mind you, this is the 90s. This may have changed. I don't know what New London is like today, but this is back in like 95 or whatever. And we're like walking around, and they was like, yo, this is the hood. I'm like, hood? I was like, hood? Shit, this is a cupcake. Like, I was like, I'm from Baltimore. This ain't the hood. But yeah, Connecticut was nice, at least where I was in New London. Just allowed that comment to be seen. Like, people think I'm supposed to be offended. Like, you're not even a subscriber, Frank. So why would I care? Like the other guy who unsubscribed, again, he's never contributed to me. He's never dropped a Cash App. He's never dropped a Venmo. He's never given me money to buy me a coffee. So why do I care what he thinks just because he's not he's not able to express opinions that are false or that are irrelevant to the topic? I don't care. Like I said, the issue is the election. How do people feel about Trump? How do people feel like Biden? Are they not going for either one? Are they maybe for RFK Jr.? Are they going for the Green Party? Maybe for Cornel West, another third party, or they're just saying I'm just not going to get involved with the election this year because, like I said, originally I wasn't going to even vote at all. Last year, I said I wasn't going to get involved because during the midterms in 2022, I didn't vote. I just didn't care. Like, there was a gubernatorial election in Maryland in 2022 as part of the midterms, and everyone was excited for this black guy named Wes Moore, who got elected the first black governor of Maryland. But he's like an Obama wannabe. On top of that, he even lied and said he was a Baltimore native. And then you look it up. The dude is from Tacoma Park, which is from a nice suburb of Washington, D.C., not even Baltimore. He was born there but was raised in New York City. The only time he spent in Baltimore was when he went to Johns Hopkins University, but claimed he's a Baltimore native. So if you're going to lie about something that petty, why should I believe you about anything else that you say as a potential governor? Then he wanted to make it hard for gun owners to have concealed carry in the state. But forget the fact that he's a politician who has armed security around him at all given times, whereas the average person has to risk their life if they want to go get gas at like 11:30 at night from some gas station in Baltimore City. So what's good for the goose isn't good for the gander. And some of his politics are just awry. So I had no interest in the gubernatorial midterm elections in Maryland in 2022, and honestly 2024 for the presidential elections I was going to set it out too. But then, I started just listening to some of the people on the conservative side about their grievances, what they thought about Trump, and stuff like that. And again, I'm not Republican. I'm not even right wing. I'm not conservative. I guess you can call me a moderate, or I can consider myself a classical liberal. But I was like, yeah, I support Trump. Like, and it's like a lot of the stuff he talked about. Now we see he was right. Like when we're talking about immigration right now, all these immigration issues, it seems a lot of people are starting to agree with him on that issue and some other things. And I mean, the economy was better under him too. So that's where I am. So the convictions Trump faced last month have not changed me at all, what I'm my planned vote for November. And the only reason I'm going in November is as opposed to a mail-in ballot. I don't like the mail-in ballots. Sometimes they don't count those, especially if you're independent. Like, I'm very skeptical that they count all the mail-in ballots, and especially if you're independent, they may not even care about that. So I want to make sure I go down to the polls since I am an independent to make sure I vote. And with my dismay of how things are being run in Maryland, which is a Democratic state, and mostly black Democrat leaders in a lot of positions that aren't doing anything to help these communities, I'm I'm not Republican, but I'm voting red all the way down the ticket, all the way down. So that's where I am in my decisions. And like I said, folks can disagree or agree with me. I never kick I've never kicked people off the platform for disagreeing with me. I've only kicked people off the platform for being trolls, or or people who kept trying to change the conversation from what the topic was supposed to be. That was it. It is definite. I've never kicked off. You can ask anyone who's been looking at my streams for several weeks. I have never kicked off anyone who disagreed with me. I haven't. So anyway, Overcoming Sin 633 says, I'm 100% sure Hunter is on crack. No, you don't have to be sure. He is. He has said that he, he struggles with his crack addiction. um, I mean, the dude even had a thing where he was in a hotel with whores and crack. I'm like, damn, he was getting it in. uh, Imagine having hundreds of millions of dollars to waste and just buying blow and hose. That should be a song. Blows and hose, blows and hose. Let me stop. But no, yeah, he struggled with his addiction, and he even tried to use that as a defense in court, saying that when he lied on his application for purchase for getting a firearm, he was he was struggling with his addiction, so he wasn't making good decisions, knowing damn well that sort of defense would not work for the average person. Crazy Muda says, I've watched the video of Hunter smoking crack while driving a Porsche over 180 miles per hour in public. What? Really? Damn. That's crazy. But BSK says Cash App amount, any amount. Like I said yesterday, I don't care if it's just $1. Just the fact that you contributed so shows that you actually appreciate what I do. I don't care if it's $1, $2. I never said you gotta give X amount. Like any amount is acceptable to me. $1 is enough for me to go to a dollar store and get some fruit snacks. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate any amount of money that anyone contributes. I will never be snobbish and say only if it's a certain amount. If you drop $1 in there, I appreciate it, and I'm gonna shout you out if people want to be known for contributing. Like I had a few people last week that contributed by buying me coffee. I actually drank coffee on a live stream to show my appreciation, and gave a shout out to one lady, Blondie Frodo, who helped me out. So I appreciate it. Any amount is helpful to me. I will never tell you what amount you have to contribute. It can be just as low as $1, because I think that's the lowest amount that Cash App will accept is $1. So if it was less than that, I wouldn't care. Like if it was like 50 cents, it wouldn't matter to me. But the lowest amount you can do on Cash App is $1, I believe. Overcoming Sin says, I'm still skeptical about Biden winning the last election. I can understand that. I can understand. The things are so politically tainted now that it comes to the point that no matter who wins, half of the country is always going to be divided. And I think the problem with that is the two-party system. For all the benefits that we were taught when we were younger about the benefits of the two-party system, I think it's rendering our country apart. And the two-party system was never a part of our Constitution. This was something that just became a de facto way of doing politics in America. But this was not actually set up by our Constitution that there should be a two-party system. The founding fathers didn't care whether we had a parliamentary system, whether we had a two-party system or multi-party system. That was not their consideration. That became something later on in the 1800s, the whole two-party system. But that was not really how most of them saw it back then. And then most of the founders were like federalists. So it was almost uni-party at the time. Like most of them were federalists. Crazy Muda says, I think Chet Hanks and Hunter Biden need their own reality show together. I could see it. I mean, don't threaten A&E with a good time, because I'm pretty sure, is it A&E, whatever channel that does all the stupid stuff like 90 Day Fiance and all these other little low budget reality shows. Oh, Lifetime is another one. I'm pretty sure Lifetime on A&E, if they could monetize it, it would be a show. Pretty sure. Or if it wasn't on like A&E or Lifetime, it would probably go directly to a streaming platform like Paramount Plus or Prime Video, something like that. But I could, why not, right? Um, BSK said, "What's my bestest 10K time?" I'm gonna say 37 ish. I wish. My fastest, I I run my 10Ks kind of slow pace, as opposed to like doing like just three of, as opposed to like just doing a 3K or something like that. My fastest was like 53 minutes and some change. So I run them slower pace than my 3Ks or whatever. Bueno Polish is, if I may ask, what is the topic of discussion? Well, first of all, what's up, Bueno Polish? Sorry. So the topic is the election and politics in general. So I was stating earlier in the stream that, earlier today, Hunter Biden was just convicted on felony charges, and last month we saw that Donald Trump was convicted on felony charges dealing with the hush money trial with Stormy Daniels, whose real name is Stephanie Clifford. I'm putting her real name out there. Yeah. Um, and I was asking folks, does that affect whom they're voting for in the coming presidential election, or if they're just not voting at all? So that was the question. And I was saying, from my own personal stance, it doesn't change whom I'm voting for. I'm still voting for Trump because the felony conviction that he will receive when he's sentenced in July won't stop him from running for office. All the more serious charges he's facing won't be going to trial until after the election, and that is going to be a very volatile time in the country when those more serious charges are brought up. So that's the discussion in a nutshell. Mercanoid is better. What's up, Mercanoid Peanut Butter? I can't understand all these emojis. BSK said Obama. Oh, okay. The Obama wanna be. Oh, I get it. So you're talking about Westmore, saying Obama wanna be. Yeah, he is. So I'm guessing you've heard of Westmore, right? Like I said, the guy literally lied about where he's from. If you, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna give you props for being the first black governor of Maryland when you can't even be honest about where you came from. Like, why not just say, hey, I was born in the DC suburbs of Tacoma Park, and in my young life, I was raised in New York City, but I came back to the state when I went to college. Why not just lead with that story? It's the honest truth, but instead he wants to lie about being a Baltimore native. Dude, he's not. He's like, you're not a Baltimore native. You lived an upper middle class lifestyle your whole life, and there is some upper middle class people in Baltimore. Don't get me wrong, particularly in like South Baltimore. That's like that is like the nice area of Baltimore, South Baltimore. But I mean, like to lie about something that inconsequential makes me not believe you on more serious topics. Because if you lie about something that inconsequential, what else won't you lie about? That's my issue with Westmore. Plus, I don't trust his judgment on things. Don Cheadle is back. He says hello. He said, "What do you think of RFK Jr. and do you think he will fall under the Kennedy curse of elected and die in a mysterious way in an assassination?" Oh, they didn't die in a mysterious way. They died by being assassinated. Both his father and his uncle. Um, his cousin JFK Jr. died in a a plane crash, and that's not mysterious either. A lot of this is why I don't trust private planes. A lot of private planes are more likely to crash than being in commercial jets. I don't trust private jets. They're too rickety and often liable to crash. Same thing happened with Aaliyah back in the day. Bless her heart. Used to love, had the hugest crush on Aaliyah. She died, flying right after she filmed that last music video in Jamaica. I don't trust private jets. If I was a celebrity, I would not. If I ever became a huge celebrity, I would not. I still wouldn't do private jets. I don't care how exclusive they are, how nice they are. I would just I would just get first class in a commercial flight, and people can call me I don't care if people say, "Oh, he must be broke. He must not be making that much money." Low key, I could be like at $500 million. I'm still flying commercially. So it wasn't mysterious how these folks died. And then like Ted Kennedy, they're the younger brother of of John F K, I mean excuse me JFK and Robert Kennedy. He died. He died just of natural causes. He was an old man when Ted Kennedy died. I think he died of cancer or something like that. But he served in office for a long time. He even ran for president, and nothing happened to him. Because Senator Ted Kennedy, he ran for office too, for presidential office, unsuccessfully. Nothing happened to him. Um, RFK Jr. is worried that he wouldn't, as a as a as an independent candidate, that he won't receive um, um, Secret Service, because usually when you become a top, not when you become a front runner, you are assigned Secret Service detail. And I think as an independent candidate and stuff like that, he doesn't qualify for that. So that is the worry. Um, he has some good ideas for president, but I don't really think he's going to get elected because, like I said, as an independent candidate, he may not even be put on every ballot in every state. It depends on those. It depends on those state electors whether they allow him on the ballot or not. So he doesn't really have a good chance unless he grabs enough votes that he can get matching government camp. I forgot what they call it, but once you hit a certain amount of votes, you can get matching campaign funds and stuff like that. That's his best bet, but I still don't see him winning. He could come in as a dark horse though and completely upturn the election, but it's very unlikely. It's been it has almost never happened where we had third party candidates come in and win the election. More than likely, they act sort of as a spoiler vote. Like people blame that on like Ralph Nader back in 2000 with the Gore versus Bush, and then people also blame that on the that guy in the 90s, the guy from Texas. I forgot what his name was, Roush or something like that. He came close to winning between Clinton and Bush. Uh, but yeah, I don't really think he has much of a chance, and I don't think there's a curse. I think you just have a very high profile political family who've unfortunately had their their brightest members killed, assassinated in the 60s. So but if something did happen to him, since he doesn't get Secret Service detail, I'm pretty sure the Kennedy family would be in an uproar, even though most of them don't support his candidacy, to be honest. I think they would still be upset if something happened to him, because he's still the son of Robert Kennedy. Sorry for that long, excuse me, that long spiel. BSK says administrative discharge for Hunter, same old SHIT. Yes, like I said, it's 4 levels of administrative discharge. So you have honorable, like I have honorable. You have less than honorable. You have um, other than honorable, and then you have dishonorable. So he either received less than honorable or other than honorable. The good things about those is that those can be modified and made honorable. Like you can appeal, you can you can appeal a less than honorable or other than honorable discharge to make it an honorable discharge. But dishonorable, you can't do anything. Like a dishonorable discharge from the military is like equivalent to a felony conviction. Like that's so that's probably why they gave him less than honorable or other than honorable, because it can be appealed and made honorable over time, or and it doesn't affect like your veteran benefits. And because he was a high profile son of a U.S. senator, so they weren't going to give him a dishonorable discharge for his drug addiction while he was in the Navy, which is a fucking shame. But um, species is elected to what? Um, yeah, it's like yeah. Again, yeah, he wasn't right. I knew what he meant. BSK. He was just saying like with the family of the Kennedys, like people who were in office or running for office, something bad happened to them. But that curse isn't true because, like I said, John F. K. Jr. never ran for office, as far as I know. Before he died, he was just like a high profile Bruce Wayne type person. Like he was just living a life as a you know rich philanthropic playboy. But he wasn't. Unfortunately, he wasn't trying to be Bruce. He wasn't trying to be Batman or Iron Man. So there was no curse on him. He just died in a private jet crash, which happens too often in private jets. They private jets often do crash much more than commercial jets. And like I said, Ted Kennedy was in office for decades. Nothing bad happened to him. He died of age related diseases. So nothing bad happened to him. So 3V Alex, I don't even understand. Make me grab my glasses so I can see what that emoji is. Um, Sorry. Ant? Is that an ant? I think that's an. I don't know if that's an ant emoji or roach. You said cat? Well, cap your ass off my fucking channel, bitch. You're banned. Anyway, creams, cash rules everything around me. Get the money. Says it's a class system. The haves and the have-nots. Yeah, I mean we have a two-tiered justice system. BSK says you got merch, hoods, cups. Not yet. So once I get monetized, I can actually do that sort of stuff with merch. I was thinking about it. Actually, one of my friends who told me to do this channel, he was showing me some merch I should buy and wear on my streams, which is I don't give a f about your feelings, which is currently the mood I'm on today. If people can't tell, I'm currently in that little swagger where I'm like f your feelings. But I would probably make up my own merch that says Just A Contrarian. Um, I might do that once I'm monetized, but I don't have any merch right now because the platform wouldn't even really like support it until like I'm monetized. So it makes more sense to do that once I'm monetized. And my wife has friends that even design stuff like that. So I would probably go through them to do it instead of some of these online companies. I can go through them. Milan says lies and more lies. I don't know what lies we're talking. Again, guys, I've like I said to the guy earlier, like I've never banned anyone from my channel or timed them out for disagreeing with me. I don't care if you disagree with me or not. The whole issue is if what people are saying starts to become trolling, right? If it starts to be trolling or just drag down the conversation, or if they want to keep trying to bring up stuff that has nothing to do with the topic, that's when I time people out or just hide their username from the channel because it's derailing the conversation, and it's not fair to me since they aren't contributing to me in any sense that they can just drag the conversation down and think that that's okay. It's like it shows that a lot of people, a lot of these are younger people, like they just have not learned how to manage their emotions effectively. I can get mad and stuff, but you don't see me taking things personally here. uh BSK says try steeplechase, son. Make a man out of you. Steeplechase, what's that? Host been multi-command pilot since 1990s. Do not fly up. Do not fly apart. In general, part 135 is my. I, I'm confused. just reading the comments. BSK says general discharge has two grades. BCD is self-explanatory. Um, DD is criminal, right? Dishonorable discharge, right? Administrative is different deal entirely. Like I said, I think administrative comes either under less than honorable or other than honorable. I think those are the two types of administrative discharge. Basically, there's a track event, steeplechase. Okay. Eric the Guapo is back. What's up, Eric? So, Eric, I was talking about how do people feel about the election today because we just saw that Hunter Biden was convicted. And, you know, and I was saying, being that we're having people getting convicted of charges on both sides of the political spectrum, is it going to affect how people vote, or are they going to simply vote the same way they were planning to do so anyway? Or if they were just going to not vote at all this election. And then, it became it became a huge discussion about illegal migration and stuff like that earlier too. And I was saying basically until the border has become a national security issue, so I think it needs to be shut down. And it wasn't, and the thing was, I wasn't even talking about Latinos. I was talking about the fact that you have a lot of foreign adversaries who are funding narco traffickers in northern Mexico to disguise their operatives as migrants to get across the border, and that we see that Chinese people of military age are just openly coming across the border, and they have TikTok videos showing them how to do it. I was like, that is a huge issue, and a lot of people got mad at me. Someone turned the discussion into the new president of El Salvador locking up people with tattoos, and I was like, he was. And first of all, it had nothing to do with the topic, but then also he was trying to make it sound like I was evil or something and saying that it's okay. And I was like, I don't know what's going on in that country, but I'm pretty sure it's not just anyone with a tattoo that says "Dear Mom." I was pretty sure these were tattoos showing gang affiliation. And so it became a hoopla. One guy said he was unsubscribing. I was like, okay, have a good one. Make sure that the door doesn't hit you in the ass on the way out. But in any case, um, I didn't watch I mean, I did watch the full report, but I didn't see what date he's supposed to be sentenced. Um, so it's three felony charges. I think it's dealing with. Tell me if I'm wrong here. It's dealing with when he lied on his application to get the guns. Um, since he has that drug addiction, he wasn't qualified to get firearms, and he lied on his application anyway. I think that was a felony, but it was, I think, three charges on which he was convicted. So I'm not sure when the sentencing will be, but I heard that it does carry up to 25 years if as the maximum sentence, but because he's a first time offender, it's not very likely he's going to get anything close to 25 years. I'd be more than likely he'll probably get probation or something like that. If at worst he might get like maybe what, I don't know, home detention or something like that. I mean, are you gonna really lock? Are they gonna lock up the son of the current president? Like that would be a security nightmare in any sort of institution. That would be a security nightmare. I'm pretty sure they're not gonna give him time as a first time offense. First time offense. So just like I can't see them locking up a prior, a former president. I can't see them locking up a president's son who's still currently in office. Like that, that would be a nightmare. Like how would they do that? Uh, BSK says unable to provide merchandise prior to monetization. Are you 100% sure? No. No, that's not. So that's not what I'm saying. I'm sorry. What I'm saying was no. I can market my own merchandise right now if I wanted to. What I was saying is once you're monetized, there are actually like steps through your channel you can take to market your your merch. Like if you ever gone to a channel where they're selling merch and stuff, there's like actual like things you can do through YouTube that allows you to market your merchandise, but that's only available to you um, once you're monetized. Before then, you would have to be doing all those steps on your own. But they actually provide um, within the platform the steps for you to market your own merchandise and stuff like that. That's what I was saying. I was saying I'm not saying they don't allow you to do that. Of course you can, but I was saying you have to do all of that stuff on your own, whereas they provide you the resources to do that through your channel once you're monetized. That's what I was trying to say. Don says, if my man Kanye joined the ballot, would you vote for him over Trump? Because I sure would. We need a shockwave to our system. Absolutely not. The dude has um, um, he's bipolar. No, I wouldn't elect him as president. He's fucking stupid. no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't rock with Kanye on any sort of in any public office, not whatsoever. Eric says, I would be surprised if he gets any time at all. He might get probation and fine. Exactly what I'm thinking. That's all this is going to happen. It would be a freaking, like I said, it would be a freaking security nightmare to have the son of the current president sitting in a prison or even in a state correctional facility. Like, how would you do that? He will automatic, like he can't go into general, he can't go into general population. He would have to be put on PC. And then if you had this man sitting in PC, then it's probably gonna have to, they're probably gonna have to constantly watch him to make sure no one's messing with him in PC, because people who know prison culture know that people can still get touched in PC. It I can't see them locking him up. It's probably gonna be probation and a hefty fine, and the fact that he'll be banned from ever being able to have a firearm ever again legally. He said the fine will be paid by tax dollars, unfortunately. Yep. Trump won't get any time either. Yeah, like a lawyer was already saying. I was watching Legal Eagle. He had a thing he did a month or two ago about the jurors selected for the Trump trial for the Stormy Daniels thing, and the guy was even saying if he was convicted on all charges, and mind you, this was before the results of that trial, right? He was saying that even if the guy was found guilty on all those charges, and he was actually found guilty of all 34 charges, that even so he would unlikely serve any jail time, because one, he's a first-time offender. Two, he's like a political dignitary. He was a former U.S. president. Three, these are the lowest level felony charges in New York State. They're considered Class E felonies in New York State, which is like very low, low level crimes. So it would be unlikely for him to face any jail time for that. Now, for the stuff that's coming up in the future, we don't know, but all of those other trials that Trump is facing are going to happen after the election. Like I said, that is going to be the crazy time when those other things come up after the election. But yeah, he's not getting, like I said, I don't see either one of them getting any time right now. I was just wondering if this kind of makes people more cynical of the electoral process right now, and of the justice system. And if some people are just saying I'm just not going to vote, or some people saying I'm not, or people saying they're going to switch their vote to the other person or to a third party candidate. BSK says small aircraft don't have to be risky. It's shit operational choices or maintenance. BSK says Eric for POTUS. Don says I think they should lock Trump up in a Mexican prison. I don't think so. Wow, that doesn't even make sense. How? He's an American president. I mean, he was an American president. He's not going to be locked up in the prison of another. I mean, I get you. I know you're not being serious. You're being facetious. I'm just saying, I don't think he should be locked up. the things that they're trying to lock him up for aren't war crimes. That is what I'm more interested in. And like I said, pretty much every president since the freaking 50s has probably been guilty of war crimes, but no one cares about those. They care about a guy giving money to a whore for an affair. I don't care. I don't care. It's like try people over war crimes. Once then I'll take it seriously. Or you know, or then and not to defend Clinton, but even his stuff was ridiculous. You impeach the man because he lied about getting a blowjob. I mean, he couldn't help it if Shorty was a throat goat. Because I'm pretty sure Hillary ain't throwing it back like that. He found him a nice little intern that said, she gonna get one up and show the president why she's the throat goat. Hey. Let me stop, guys. But yeah, Eric says all these 34 plus felony charges did was give Trump more support. Yeah, you saw how much his campaign donations went up the day after. Like his campaign support skyrocketed right as soon as that happened, and I had even predicted it. I don't know. I think you were on that stream when I said it. I was like, man, watch how much they donate to his campaign after this after this hearing, and sure enough, it happened. I was like, all you did was bolster support. I was like, as far as I'm concerned, I was like, people are gonna look at that conviction as a Pyrrhic victory for the Democrats, because they thought, oh, we finally got him, we finally convicted him of a crime and made him a felon, and all it did was probably just bolster his support to ensure that he wins the election. That's all I see it doing, is that it's going to bolster the support that he already has. He already did it financially for his campaign, but I think as far as the votes, a lot of people will be like, man, I am tired of this justice system. This is why he has a lot of black support. They see him being treated the way we've seen black men treated in the justice system for a long time. And it's like, hey, if a person who's a former president and a multi-billionaire can't even get a fair shake, then what luck do the rest of us have? Because there's no way that in New York State they were going to find an unbiased jury. That's what the whole video was about. The Legal Eagle did was how are they selecting jurors for the presidential hearing? Because it's like it happened in New York County, which is Manhattan. Most voters there are Democrat. And the ones who aren't Democrat, most of them are third party. It was like less than, I think it was like less than 8% of them were like Republican in Manhattan, or less than 12%, something like that. So it's like there's no way they were gonna have an unbiased jury. And it's like I said, if someone who's broken through the glass ceiling and became president is a multi-billionaire, can't even get a fair shake in the justice system, that means no one can. So yes, a lot of people. So yeah, he all it did is give him more support. BSK says pre-boy RFK Jr. was in a tiny. Oh, JFK Jr. Sorry, was in a tiny Cessna, went VFR to IFR and got what Kobe got essentially. Yeah, like I said, BSK, I don't trust private jets. They're more likely to crash than commercial jets. I wouldn't trust them. Like I said, if I'm a celebrity, if I were ever a celebrity, I would not ride in private jets. I'd rather people just tease me and call me broke for riding in a commercial jet in first class than to risk my life in these little private jets. I don't think they're worth it. I mean, I guess if you're Taylor Swift or something like that and you're jetting from Japan to the Super Bowl, maybe. But I'm not doing it. Juiced Up said, yo, Contrarian, what's up, man? What's up? Juiced Up. Eric says it also showed how the politicians use the legal system against their rivals. Exactly. And that's the other issue. we've known for a long time that they do that, but it's only when it happens to certain individuals that we see that 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 they all do it. Don Cheeto says sex sells. Absolutely. BSK says DC a plus enjoy. Eric says I can't imagine being married to Hillary. Yeah, I mean even when you look at her pictures when she was younger, she was never attractive. And I actually see a lot of white guys in DC complaining that like the dating scene in DC is horrible. Like a lot of them will prefer to come to Baltimore to find like if they want white women, like they come out of DC to date white women because all the white women in DC are these little young versions of wannabe Hillary Clintons and stuff like that. So I can see that. I mean, there are some cool ones in the Washington area. Probably just not in DC. Like if they're if they're working on K Street or other in the whole government and political scene in DC, probably not the best selection of white women to find. They might be better off going to Baltimore or going down to Virginia. So a lot of them are wannabe Hillary Clintons in the DC area. So I feel for the brothers or the vanilla brothers who don't want to date them. And yeah, I couldn't see dating Hillary, but she was never attractive. But when you look at Bill Clinton's track record, none of the women he diddled have ever been that attractive, including the ones he had affairs with. Like, he doesn't have a good track record of picking attractive women to diddle. So, that's all I can say. Like, at least, uh, John Kennedy. No one was mad with his affairs because all his women were hot. His wife was hot. Jackie was hot. Marilyn Monroe was hot. The other chicks he was having affairs with was hot. No one was mad at JFK. They were like, shit, I want to be like JFK. He got a chick that he's having an affair with singing him happy birthday, like on national TV, just making it obvious to everyone they're boning. Like, if you want to have an affairs, at least have affairs with attractive women. They all used to pick the ugliest women to have affairs with, and had an ugly wife. But yeah. Don says maybe they need to find him on a charge of committing war crimes on adult film stars. Yeah, you're tripping. Eric says, yeah, wasn't it 52 million raised the first week after announcing his charges? I forgot. I think it might have been. I thought it was like 100 million or something like that. I thought it was 100 something million. I don't remember the number, but I thought it was like close to like 100 something million that he raised. Don says, personally, my biggest political idol is Donald Glover. This is America. Video shook me down. That has nothing to do with, well, I mean, most people probably forgot about that music video and that song, but politically, I don't really think Donald Glover is political. I mean, he was making a statement, but I can't say that's like, I guess. I guess in a sense, yeah. BSK is not a jet, a little tiny 4 to 6 piston propeller job. So is a propeller plane? I thought he was in a private jet. Dark Raven says, love from Pakistan. Keep good work alive. Thank you. Appreciate the support, Dark Raven. In this case, a small piston aircraft, you could get a decent fresh annual inspection, 4-seater for same price as a new SUV minivan. I just don't trust small aircraft. I think they're more volatile. I don't trust small aircraft to keep me safe in long distance flights, especially not across seas. Like, I'm not that adventurous. If I'm traveling in a small aircraft, then I need access to parachutes. I need to be airborne. So basically, an actual turbine jet in good shape is millions of dollars. Again, I'm not worrying about buying one. I'm just worried about riding one. If I was a, like I said, if I was a celebrity, I wouldn't. I would just ride in a commercial jet, like Delta or something. I love Delta. He said he was PIC2 over Gulf for Atlantic. Duggar says, we here think Trump is going to win, even though I'm 7 seas away from USA. Okay. I was wondering how people thought about it overseas. Like, so you think even, so you're saying even a lot of people overseas think Trump is going to win? It makes sense. I mean, mathematically, just mathematically looking at the polls, it just seems unlikely that Biden is going to win because the very people he needs support from have largely abandoned him, either over his stances on the Israel Hamas war, which again I am pro-Israel, so I do supporting Israel, but a lot of people on the left are pro-Palestinian supporters, so a lot of them have abandoned him because of that. They're starting to call him Genocide Joe. A lot of black men have abandoned him because they saw that he's done nothing to help us since he's came into office. All he did was he he nominated Ketanji Brown as a Supreme Court justice, who's a black woman who's never done anything in her legal career for black men. She's married to a white man. Same thing with Kamala Harris. She made her whole bones as a state's attorney in California, locking up black people. And she's not even a real black person. She's like Jamaican and Indian. Just because she joined the AKAs and went to Howard doesn't make her black. There's white people who go to Howard University. I've seen them. um, then he made Juneteenth a holiday. So what? Like, we don't need more federal holidays. We need like actual like things given to us. All the campaign promises he made to the black people in Georgia, he reneged on once he went into office. So, like I said, all the support that Biden needs on the left to mathematically win the election, he doesn't have it. So that's what I'm saying. It just seems the only thing that can help him at this point is if RFK is like a dark horse that upsets the balance between him and Trump. So. Let me get back, guys. Sorry. J.A.C says, what section of the economy will suffer if they shut down the border? I know there were undesirables coming through, but there are also a lot of workers coming over. So a lot of the people who take advantage of illegal migrants as their workers, like the people in the food industry that hire these people under the table, a lot of the agriculture industry, they use these people over in these little flyover states and parts of California that pick oranges and stuff like that. A lot of the people in the meat industry, they hire these people to work illegally in their slaughterhouses, stuff like that. So people who basically take advantage of illegal, um, of undocumented migrants as workers, usually in very shitty um, work environments. Like I said, the people out there picking oranges and stuff like that, or working in meat slaughterhouses, or working in these restaurants. Those are the people whom will suffer. Um, but we already have a huge contingent of those folks already here in America doing the work, so we don't need a larger influx of them right now. GJC says, look up Brazil program. It's simple. I haven't heard of that myself. Juice Up says, isn't Barack Obama half white? Yep. He's half white and Kenyan. So to me, just like Kamala Harris, I consider him a tether. For those who don't know what a tether refers to people of African ancestry who aren't foundational black Americans. Foundational black Americans specifically refers to black Americans who've been here from the beginning, like me and most black people I know in the black communities in the country, you know, can trace our ancestry to people who were in America before 1860, right? But these tethers are usually recent migrants from Africa, the Caribbean, or even Latin America who come here and then support policies or other things that actually hurt the black community. So we start calling them tethers because of that. Obama is one of those tethers. I say his father was a Kenyan immigrant. He wasn't a black American. He came here and married and, uh, you know, had a white wife, and that's how Obama was born. Obama was never involved in the black community. He lived in Hawaii most of his life. And then when his mother remarried an Indonesian man, he actually moved to Indonesia for several years. That's why he was fluent in the language when he was a president and went to actual Indonesia and was able to speak the Bahasa Indonesian language. The only time he ever spent in the even when he went to college, so his first 2 years of college was in California at Occidental College, a predominantly white college. No problem. I went to a predominantly white college, but he didn't. He never dated any black women, as far as he said in his autobiography, Dreams of My Father. I think his first, well, at least one of the first black people he ever dated was Michelle Obama, and he didn't actually like get involved with the black community until he became like a community activist in Chicago. So he's not really black. Like, I don't consider him the first black president. He, I don't. Sorry. I used to be for him back in the day, like 20 years ago. When he first gave that riveting speech for John Kerry, when John Kerry was running for office against just George Bush Jr. I thought, oh, this is an up and coming guy, and I knew we would see more of him. And then, to be sure, in 2007, that's when he started running. I'm like, oh yeah, he's going to win. And it was funny. I was actually talking to African friends at the time, and I told them, I said, yo, that guy's going to win. They was like, no, he's not. They was like, Hillary's going to win. I was like, watch, he's going to win. Sure enough, he got the nomination from the Democratic Party, and he won. So I know they were like, man, how he know that? But I knew. But yeah, that was when I was excited for him. Now I don't like the guy. I think he's just a tether. I think Kamala's just a tether. Anyway, Dark Raven says, I'm not saying Trump is good, just saying, to be honest, I wish the prosperity of the USA. I wish for the prosperity of the USA. I hope for low taxes. Just don't let the USA economy down. I'm coming here after like 1 year for masters in cybersecurity. Any tips, bro? Not really. I have a friend in cybersecurity. Um, I, he completed his master's. Now he's working on his PhD in cybersecurity. So I really don't have any background on that, but I'm pretty sure you'll be coming here. I guess. I guess you're coming here on a work visa. So I really don't know what to tell you. I would say you might, being that Trump is probably going to get elected. Pakistan might be one of those countries he puts back on the ban list, like he did back in 2016. Um, so you might want to start applying for that now. um, Other than that, I really don't have any tips unless you mean something much more specifically. Don Chio says, does Obama have the pass in your opinion? The pass? I don't know what you mean. Adam B says, turn on the news right now. Nuclear missile heading to the UK. Well, I have the lo-fi on right now, so I can't do that. I'll hear about it later if that's really true. Don says, because I'm not saying if he gets it. I'm media trained. Don't get it. BSK says junior assistant senator, community organizer. Yeah. Well, he was that came afterwards. So first, so like I said, he started his academic career at Occidental College. Then he transferred after 2 years to Columbia University in New York. After he graduated, he was accepted to grad school, but he decided to put it off and instead, um, well, no, I'm sorry, not grad school. Like he said he had got a couple of offers from some lucrative firms, but decided to put it off and become a community organizer. And it's like, yeah, right. No one puts off getting a lucrative job offer from high profile firms unless you're using that community organizing thing to pad your resume, which is exactly what he did. So he worked in Chicago for 2 years as a community organizer, then decided to go to Harvard Law School. And that's probably exactly why he became a community organizer, to pad his resume to go to Harvard Law School. I don't think he just did it out of the goodness of his heart. I'm cynical. I don't He never spent any time in amongst lower income people. So I don't believe that he, out of the goodness of his heart, he just wanted to be a community organizer. Maybe. I mean, people are idealistic in college. I was idealistic in college. I was a bleeding heart progressive who was vegan. Excuse me. And this is while I was in the army. So it could be the case, but I also think he also did it to pad his resume. Then, after 2 years as a community organizer, he went to Harvard Law. He graduated, ended up becoming the president of Harvard Law Review, the first black Harvard Law Review president. Then he moved back to Illinois and got a job as a professor of constitutional law, and then ran as a state senator. Right. Then after state senator, he ended up running for a U.S. senator and got that. And that's when we saw him in 2004 when he's a junior assistant U.S. senator. I mean, junior senator. Don Tio says the N word. Please don't have. You can say what you have to say without saying the N word. It's not necessary. If you have to ask, then you don't. Then you don't need to say it. that's that's how I look at it. If you have to ask, is it okay? Then probably not. And plus, like, again, we're in a mixed company, so be mindful of that. Dark Raven says the job market doing well, not cybersecurity specifically. Cybersecurity is doing well, but the job market generally, no, it's not doing well. The current president will tout the number of jobs that's been brought into the economy, but most of these are low level, low wage jobs. Like, he doesn't get props for making more jobs available working at supermarkets and fast food. Like, those are the kind of jobs that are very that there are more of right now. So most people won't take those jobs because those jobs can't pay their bills. Who wants to, work at McDonald's and they can't even afford to buy Big Mac meals themselves? Like, um, Eric says, shit, they'll siphon power and resources. While they siphon power and resources. Sorry, this is YouTube censoring my comments again. Goodness. Um, Ass Mackers being banned. Again, I'm not playing with trolls. Go somewhere else. If you're gonna, the only way you can troll me is if you drop a cash app. Don Shields says, is Rachel Maddow that activist lady who was pretending to be black who gets exposed and then start doing OnlyFans? No, you're thinking of you're, that's a different Rachel. She was a white woman who was pretending to be black and became an NAACP um, leader in her state until she was exposed, including by her own family, that she's just a regular old white woman, Germanic at that. Not, I mean, you would think at least like Italian or something. No, she was just white, pretending to be a black woman. And after she lost her position with the NAACP, she started doing hair, like doing African braiding. And then she started doing OnlyFans, busting it open for anyone who wants to see her little 50-year-old ass busting it open. I certainly don't. There are some guys out there that's probably curious, like, oh, let me see what she does. I'm not paying to look at that some middle-aged woman bust it open. No. When I can see all that free porn on X videos. Plus, a lot of stuff from OnlyFans gets leaked on Twitter anyway, so you don't even have to pay for OnlyFans. So if it's a high level celebrity busting it open on OnlyFans, it's going to get leaked on Twitter anyway. Anyway, Dark Raven said, "Oh God, that's really bad. Then hope everything will be all right." Who just don't? I don't know. Like I'm planning on leaving the country, so you're more than welcome to have it. But I'm leaving. I will still, be a patriot and vote and do all that sort of stuff, but I can do that from overseas. Eric says, and that's why I don't trust them. Yeah. BSK says, laughing my laughing my ass off. Old white women. Yeah, I mean, no one see some. She's not like it'd be different. Like if she was like middle aged, but she still had it tight. She doesn't have it tight. Like she looks like someone's grandmother, like a white woman who got African braids in her hair and put on like a spray tan, and like she's not pretty. She's just like she would have got away with it if she was pretty, but she's not. Like she looked like someone's grandmother from Wisconsin. That's what she that's what she looks like. And people are gonna pay to see her on OnlyFans. That's money I could have spent on a Five Guys burger or something and some fries. Darwin says you're a cool guy. Just subscribe. Thank you. I appreciate it. So maybe I will meet you someday. By the way, where are you from? I'm from Maryland. Dark Race says, if you're gonna leave, how will I meet you then? Well, I don't know. Maybe only virtually. Eric says, I don't know why YouTube is censoring my comments. I don't know because I'm not censoring anything. So I already told you I don't censor anything. It'll show me when it's something. It'll say either show or hide. And most of the time I hit show unless it's like a troll. Then I'll just hide it and just time the person out or ban them. But I don't really censor anything on here. BSK said rolling on the floor, laughing. Juice Dope said past her prime. The thing is, when I saw pictures of her when younger, she wasn't even cute then. She like I said, I don't know how she. I mean, I get she could. I can see she could pass as a light skinned woman when she had the tan. I get that, but she was like never attractive. So that's the funny thing about it. But guys, I'm gonna end this soon. I'm gonna go work out. I was supposed to hit the gym earlier, but I had just ate some Mexican stir fry. Actually, I didn't even know they had Mexican stir fry, but there was some. I had some leftovers from this restaurant here in Baltimore called Salsa Grill. So shout out to Salsa Grill here off of Security Boulevard. If you're ever in the area, Security Boulevard is the in Baltimore County. There's a mall right across from the restaurant and shopping center called Security Square Mall. It's a ghost mall. If you're curious, I've actually showed the mall on my channel. It's a ghost mall, and I and a bunch of other YouTubers have been to Security Square Mall to show that it's a ghost mall. So right across from there is a shopping center. You have Salsa Grill, you have Firehouse Subs, you have Chipotle, you have Panera Bread, um, and Five Guys, uh, and I forgot what else. But some takeout food, like a little bodega. But um, food was excellent, but it had me filled up, so I couldn't go work out on a full stomach. So that's why I was streaming early. Plus, I had just heard the Hunter Biden thing, and I'm like, man, I gotta talk about this. No, it wasn't stir fry, Eric. It was like because I thought it was paella. It looked like paella, but it doesn't have like shrimp in it. It was just like chicken. But it looked to me, it looked more like paella. But I guess it was some sort of stir fry or something. The the way my mother explained it to me, I was like, yeah, I'll eat this. But I, it looked like to me, it looked like paella. It just didn't have seafood in it. So but she called it a stir fry. BSK says Arkansas governor, lazy eye, pass. She being talked about a lot. I don't know who the Arkansas governor is. Don says ghost malls are lit. You always see some wild stuff there. Not to me. Normally you see nothing there. That's the problem. Like the only thing a ghost mall is usually good for is like, like maybe some food. That's about it. But it's like there's nothing to do at a ghost mall. Like if you don't believe me, like I said, go check. I have a video, two videos up from like a year and a half ago, and one is me walking through Security Square Mall, and the other one is my wife walking through a mall in the Philippines and showing just how different they are. And it's like empty as hell. That's why I can literally walk through the mall talking to my phone and I don't look crazy because there's no one around. And then the few people who are around just assume I'm video chatting with someone, so they're not saying anything. But it's not like enough people to look at me like, why is he doing that? Little Perma says, do you know gay porn? No. And you're being banned because I get the joke. Juice Snoop says, I didn't hear what Hunter Biden got convicted for. So I know it's 3 charges, and I know they relate to him applying for a gun after he had already been, you know, uh, shown to have a drug addiction, and that's illegal. He didn't qualify for the firearm he applied for. It was a federal, that's a federal thing you fill out, so that is a felony charge. I don't know what the other 2 felonies deal with. I'll have to look it up. But he hasn't been sentenced yet. He's just been convicted. BSK says Huckabee, former press secretary. Oh yeah, her. Yeah. That's Mike Huckabee's daughter that was in the Trump administration. I remember her. Not Mole, Ghost Malls. Eric, I'm sorry, Ghost Mall. Sorry, that might be my accent. Ghost malls are like malls where most of the major retailers have left the mall, but the people who own the mall still keep the mall going. There's even a dead mall within a dead mall in Security Square. Well, it used to be. They actually sold it, but before last year, there was a mall inside of the mall, which was it was a Korean owned part where it never flourished. Like it started back in like 2008, and it was Korean owned, and they had like upstairs they had like their own food court apart from the actual main food court of Security Mall. They had their own food court. There was a Korean spa that used to give you the massages. But when I went there, they didn't do any of that extra service or full-time service, whatever you want to call it, if the euphemism. It was like I went there and it was like all legit. Like you went there and you went to this little part where you bathed first, and then when the lady was ready, she came to call you and she just massaged you. It was relaxing. Like I actually fell asleep during the massage. It was really nice. But apparently they had got rid of the extra services part that they used to do back in like the 2000s. But it never took off. I heard a lot of people complaining that the leases were too expensive. So that was completely dead. Like you would walk through that little Korean part and it might be like 1 or 2 stores in there. Most of it was completely vacant. And the only thing that was really generating revenue for that whole part was the spa upstairs, because like upstairs, like the spa had its own little restaurant that gave you all like authentic Korean food, and then like I said, you had the other part of the spa where they gave you like a massage and like the therapeutic hot spring or whatever, and there was even like a gym within it. But all of that closed down last year, and they turned it into like an employment outreach center. So, and the rest of Security Square Mall is completely dead. Like the only department store left there is Macy's, and that Macy's is is on a lifeline because they closed down the second store of the Macy's. Only the first floor is actually like has any merch. Like the second floor has been closed. All the other three department stores that used to be in the mall, because there used to be four department stores that anchored each part of the mall, like say like a Hex or Macy's on one end, J.C. Penney's on the other end, Sears on the other end, and Montgomery Ward's on the other end. All of those have closed. Um, so it's a ghost mall. It's But if you need more examples, like I said, you can check out my video on it after I get off the live stream, or you can look up some other YouTubers. There's a bunch of other YouTubers who have talked about ghost malls within the United States, because the malls are a dying industry here, but they're thriving overseas in Asia. The biggest mall right now, and I can't remember if it's in Dubai or in China, because at one point it was China, then it was Dubai, and another time it was the Philippines. But um, they still have thriving malls over there. Son of Soweto says, hello, my dear brother from another mother from across the great waters. What's with the new glasses? Kind of cool in a nerdy kind of way. Just my reading glasses so I can read the comments without squinting. G Stope says it's like a ghost town mall. Yeah, so guys, if you're curious, like I said, check out my video on Security Square Mall after I end this live stream, or you can just look through the YouTube search for ghost malls, and you'll see a bunch of them. And there's a bunch of other YouTubers who have also gone to Security Square Mall who aren't even from Maryland. There's like people from like other parts of the country, like California and stuff like that, who came all the way here just because they have like a whole platform where they show ghost malls across the United States, and almost all of them have came to Security Square Mall at one point, because it is a textbook example of a ghost mall. And it's partly because of the owner's fault. Like there's I think there's like I can't remember, it's like four, five, six separate owners, and they all own part of the mall independently, so they don't even work together for the betterment of the mall. They're all fighting amongst each other, which is probably why the mall has never really been a very good place. Vixter678 says, hey man, I love seeing this grind. Thank you. Don says, nah, where I come from, the ghost malls, the people who they attract are always wild, and the stores sell straight up illegal stuff. I don't know where you live. Most of the stuff here they sell, it's not illegal. They just sell like low quality products. Like there's a place that sells like little flea market weapons. There's like a little kiosk that sells like little low grade flea market weapons. Another place that like sells different flavors of popcorn. Another place that makes little customized T-shirts. Another place that does the eyelashes and the eyebrow sculpting that the ghetto black women love. They love getting the lashes or whatever and sculpting. The eyebrow sculpting looks so unsanitary because the women actually put the little eyebrow thread in their mouth and use it to thread the eyebrows. That looks so unsanitary. Those Indian women are hot, don't get me wrong, but that looks completely unsanitary what they're doing with the eyebrow threading. So I see that. And then there's like a food court, and the food court doesn't have any major names like McDonald's left, Checkers left on the pandemic, even the Chinese food. Like, when does a Chinese food close up? Like the Chinese food place closed, both of them. It was two separate ones. they both closed. Like one closed right during the pandemic because everyone was scared that they were gonna get COVID from eating Chinese food, which is the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard. Which shows the scientific illiteracy of Americans. But then the second one closed during the last half of the pandemic, but people were still going to Sarku, Japan, like the J- Japanese stir fry place, which is it's okay, but um, that's like the only major thing they still have is the Sarku Japanese stir fry. Juiced Up says, do ghost malls exist in every state? Probably so. Most malls are dying in America, so I'm pretty sure every state has a ghost mall. I remember the mall I used to go to in Chicago when I was a little kid. That became a ghost mall. Now it's closed. I think it was called Lincoln Mall. That was our go-to hangout when I was little. When I lived in Illinois, was Lincoln Mall. That became a ghost mall. Now I think it closed up completely. Sentence away says, I try hard to catch you, but the time difference the time differences are unfortunately making it difficult for me. Your noons are 11 or midnight here, and it's a working week, so know that I'm with you guys. I appreciate it. J.A.C says, Dwayne Johnson for president, would you consider him a tether? Um, I wouldn't consider, not really. I wouldn't consider him a tether because one, well, I don't know. It, I don't know. To be honest, I don't. His father was an actual Black American, unlike Obama. His father was never a Black American. His father was a Kenyan immigrant who slept with a white woman, got her knocked up, then went back to his country. And like I said, both Obama and Dwayne Johnson were raised in Hawaii, but Dwayne Johnson, like father, is an actual Black American, and he got with a Hawaiian native. I ain't mad at it, but um, I don't know. It depends on. I don't know. It depends. I don't. But off off the top, I wouldn't consider him a tether. He he's more Black to me than Obama is. Like I said, at least his father was an actual Black American, which is more I can say than Obama, whose father was a Kenyan immigrant. Kenyans don't even Most Kenyans don't even consider themselves Black. And you guys think I'm joking. There's no diss towards my African brothers, but a lot of them don't consider themselves Black. For them, being Black is not a race to them. It's an identity. So not all of them see themselves that way until they come to America. But it depends. But yeah, I can't say, to be honest. But I do consider him to be more Black than Obama. I'll say that much. Eric says, yep, juiced dope. Yeah, this ghost malls in every state. BSK says J.A.C and Madonna for VP or Taylor Swift. Oh, don't get. You gonna make my wife come onto the screen, onto the stream. BSK says quasi legal HED shops abound. Yeah, yeah, the ghost mall like that I've seen, like they don't necessarily do anything illegal. It's just there's low quality stores there. Most of them are like these little cheap foreign owned stores that sell like useless products. Like I said, there's a place that sells like flea market weapons. There's another place that sells like flavored popcorn. There's another place that makes little pointless customized T-shirts. Um, there's one place I go to I buy sneakers from Burlington Warehouse because they sell like the cheaper versions of like um, popular sneaker brands. And that's usually because there's like a small error, so they're marked down, so they're cheaper than the regular stuff. So like if it's like Nike or Reeboks or whatever, it might be a small error or something like that, so they're cheaper. So I buy those because I wear out my sneakers every 2 months. There's no point in me spending like $200 for some running shoes, and I'm just gonna dog them out in 2 months and have to buy another one. So I just go to Burlington warehouse and buy my sneakers every couple of months. And before then, I used to go to Payless, but Payless closed. Anyway, so we've moved far across the original topic, which was the election. So about to end this, guys. Appreciate the discussion. I guess I lost a sub earlier. Some guy named CJ. I don't care. Apparently, he didn't like the fact that I didn't care about him talking about the president of El Salvador apparently locking people up if they had tattoos, but that was only people who have gang tattoos. Common sense says if you're affiliated, don't put things on your body that can show that you're affiliated. Duh. But you know, he, I guess he took offense to that. Then some guy named Frank Aguilar got offended too. I don't care. I don't. Like, this is why my friend told me I need to start wearing a hoodie in my on my channel that says "fuck your feelings," because he was saying that's the vibe I need to be on. So again, whatever. Eric says YouTube keeps deleting my comments that are about the subject. I can't figure out what paraphrase is banned. I don't know. Because like literally I didn't see anything come up, so I'm not doing it. Just to let you guys know, I'm not banning like comments like if because I'll even say like if I see something and they'll say show or hide, and usually I'll just hit show unless it's like just a bunch of cussing or something weird like some sort of trolling type stuff. J.A.C says you gotta be open to other people's views. CJ and Frank are the problem with people today. Yeah, they were acting like I was the closed-minded person when they weren't even talking about anything that was relevant to the original subject, and saying I was intolerant. I'm like, dude, it what he was saying didn't even make sense. GJC says, yeah, they banned a bunch of mine too. Yeah, that's their algorithm, guys. Like I told you, YouTube's algorithm is out of control. And like I said, I think their algorithm is so bad just because I think YouTube gets some of the worst commenters in the world. Not you guys, I'm saying, but um, I was like when we were talking the other day about who gets the worst comments, like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, and I was saying for my vote, I think it's YouTube because YouTube is the only social media platform where it's not built for you to like comment back and forth with each other. It's basically meant for you to view video content and then comment on it afterwards. Whereas on like Facebook or Instagram or Twitter is built for you to purposely talk with each other. So I think it's more open in that respect. But the anonymity that comes with YouTube comments, I think, has made it way more toxic than Twitter, because Twitter gets the bad rap of being the worst. But someone else said the other day that they think Instagram is the worst, which I don't think so, because Instagram has the same rules as Facebook since they're both under Meta. Yeah, so yeah, I know you aren't doing as I. Yeah, that's happened to me too. When I've left comments on other content creators' platform, and it was nothing bad I was saying, and it just automatically wiped it out. And I got mad at first because I thought it was the content creator doing it, and it wasn't. So I can't. I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry, but I didn't have anything to do with it. David Sanchez says, "What was the final say about Hunter?" So he was convicted on 3 different charges, but I had to look it up exactly what those charges are, because usually when it's breaking news, they'll just get out the fact that you know, that something important happened, but it's not until later you get all the details fleshed out. So I just saw that he had the 3 felony charges, and he has yet to be sentenced, but that it's unlikely to be jail time. That's all I got. So I'll look at it later to find out exactly what the felonies are. But they, I know that the felonies are more serious than what Trump got because they could carry up to 25 years in prison. But everyone has said, this is a first time offender. He's the son of the president. He's not getting any jail time. I would highly doubt it. It would be a secure, it would be it would be a correctional security nightmare to try to um, have a son of a current president in prison. That would never happen. Like Trump once said, he could go down. What did he say? Down such and such street and shoot someone and nothing would happen to him. I mean, he's kind of right. So yeah, he was lying on a background check while buying a gun. I knew that part, Lucas. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for contributing. I know that was the fact because he was a drug addict, and under federal law, he's not permitted to have a gun. So I know he lied on the background check, but I didn't know what the three formal charges were uh, dealing with that was. That's what I'm not sure of. But yeah, I knew it was dealing with him lying on the background check for buying a gun. Like I said, that man been living his best crack life. GJ says he's a sacrificial lamb to balance out the Trump case. I don't think so. It was wrong what he did. Like we don't. I mean, for us legal firearm owners, we don't want people who are crackheads. He is like Hunter Biden by his own admission is a crackhead. We don't want crackheads, and we don't want people who are schizophrenic or have or bipolar or have borderline personality disorders or psychopaths having access to guns. America doesn't have a gun problem. America has a mental health problem. People who have substance abuse problems or have severe mental illnesses should not have access to firearms. So I don't think he was a sacrificial lamb. He was taking advantage of of our laws. Should be punished for it. People like him should not have access to guns. I mean, he was literally kicked out of the U.S. Navy for drug addiction. So he's a jail with a pool and game with a pool and games and hookers. Oh man, they're gonna be male hookers, but in jail. But no, it'd be female correctional officers. He could probably smash, but he that bad does not get jail time because he would just like with Trump, like he's not getting jail time. He would have to be put in PC. And like I said, people who know prison culture, people in PC are still at risk. You can't have a son of a sitting president or a former president in PC in a jail or prison. That is a security nightmare. Plus, unlike Biden, unlike Hunter Biden, Donald Trump still receives Secret Service details. So what are you going to do? You want to have a president in PC with a rotating secret detail force come in and out. Like, how do you do that? Like that, I don't know how they would do. Because like the stuff he was convicted of with the Stormy Daniel case, that's not even the more serious stuff. The more serious stuff are the hearings that are going to happen after the election. Those he could actual face like actual prison time. But if he's elected, how in the world do you do that? Like, he's argued for, that presidents should have immunity. But I don't know, guys. I know just as little as you guys do. Even and even the legal experts disagree on these things. So because it's unprecedented. We've never had this before in the history of the American presidency. So even the legal experts can only offer what they know based on past historical precedent. Like beyond that, this will be this will be an experimental condition in our politics this coming election. Eric said, I tried to say that those who are in those powerful positions often time use our culture and bequeaths against us. J.A.C says 100% he's guilty, but would he have faced any of this if Trump didn't go through his case? Yeah, because this is going down in the Biden administration. This isn't the Trump administration. The DOJ is currently, this is Biden's administration. Actually, one of the things they wanted to do, they were talking about, was they wanted to no longer make the DOJ an independent agency. They wanted to bring it under the office of the president. That was one of the things they were talking about doing under the, if Trump gets reelected, is putting the DOJ under the office of the president instead of it being an independent government agency. But let's be honest, the DOJ has never been an independent government agency. It hasn't. And like I said, it's currently under the Biden administration. So it wasn't the, it's not, Trump's trial didn't come under Trump. It came under his father. His father only allowed it because he wanted to appear impartial. But he's not going to let his son go to prison. Unlike my father, he actually loves his son and supports him. But I'm not going to get into that. That was a different live stream. J.A.C says, if Washington starts arresting each other, they'll need to open a privileged prison for these people. Oh, they already are privileged prisons. But I mean, a lot of them would just do home detention. If either one of them had to do time, more likely it'd be home detention. That would be the most likely scenario. That's misspelled to get it through the comment though. I get it. I got you. YouTube really hated that comment. Yeah. So yeah, certain things trigger the algorithm. That's why I can't really say stuff about China. Plus, I'm not trying to get on China's bad side either, because they'll see stuff. They work with Google, so appreciate it, Esco. Appreciate you joining me on the chat. But guys, I'm about to end this soon. I just wanted to get the pulse after the whole Hunter Biden thing. From what I'm looking at from the comments, I don't think anyone has changed how they're voting or whom they're voting for based on these two recent outcomes, either last month with Trump or today with Hunter Biden. Like, I think everyone's pretty much firmly grounded in whom they're voting for and whom they're not voting for. If I'm reading reading the cards rightly here, so to speak. I know I haven't. Like, I'm still voting Trump, but I'm just glad Hunter finally got convicted. I mean, the dude is a freaking crackhead. And I don't know if you guys remember, they found cocaine in the White House, and everyone's like, I don't know how that got here. Really? So no one knows how that cocaine got in the White House, right? Okay, no one knows how the cocaine got in the White House. Well, how they get in here? Oh, yeah, okay. Everyone in Canada assumes Trump is going to win. Okay. The, you guys, I don't know if you guys saw the comments earlier. Dark Raven, even he said people in Pakistan assumed Trump was going to win. Like I said, mathematically, Biden does not have the numbers. The only thing that could possibly help him right now, because like I said, the Trump's conviction didn't help him. That just bolstered his support. All the more serious trials that Trump faced are after the election. They tried to push them. The Trump administration and the DOJ tried to get those hearings before the election, but they're not going to happen until after the election. So right now, the only thing we're waiting for is his sentencing in July. Outside of that, it's not going to change it's not going to change the outcome of the elections. And most of the people on the left whom Biden would need to support him, he's lost them. He lost a lot of young people because a lot of young people support are pro-Palestinian. So he lost a lot of young people with that. He lost a lot of young people when he didn't do the student loan debt. He lost a lot of support amongst the black community, particularly with black men like myself, because he's done nothing for us. other than a lot of lip service. No Diddy, but um, and he's losing support amongst then he's losing support amongst some other racial groups like the a lot of people who are Muslim or of Arabic descent, because again a lot of them support the whole pro-Palestinian thing. I don't. I'm pro-Israeli, but whatever. Um, he doesn't have the numbers amongst his own base, and I really don't think the people on his team are really helping him. I think they're keeping him in the closet just how bad this is going to be. And on top of that, he is so old right now. Like when you see him, he just looks so frail. Like I really think he should have stuck to his promise to just be a one-term president. Just retire with grace and dignity that he has left. I mean, the man's been running for office since the '80s. He's literally been running for president since the '80s, guys. He should have just stuck to his whole promise back in 2020 that he would be a one-term president, and you know let someone younger take the reins, but he didn't. J.A.C said he'll be a fellow conservative with Pierre, who would likely beat Trudeau. DJ says, "Are you a fan of how the electoral college work? It's rather confusing." It's not that confusing, and so I have mixed thoughts about it. On one hand, I do support it because a lot of people. So okay, it is confusing in some ways. So one thing a lot of people don't like is that the electoral college was built on the backs of like slave states to give them more representation, right? But also it was the founding fathers wanted there to be a buffer between the the electorate and the officials, and they disagreed on how to do that. Like, some were going to just have like some governing body that appointed the president. That they decided that wasn't good. Then they looked at some other scenarios, but they decided to do electoral college vote instead. Um, because on some level we don't want a mobocracy. We don't want someone elected just by some mob of folks, like, to the most important office in the land. So that's why there's this electoral vote, and it does help the smaller, more culturally insignificant states have more of a representation in our country. Otherwise, most of our elections would be decided by California, Texas, Florida, and New York, and I guess Illinois. Those would be the five most populous states in the country. Like, it wouldn't even be any point of caring about the votes in any other state. It would just be elect. It would just be a matter of those 4 to 5 states appointing the president every year. But with the electoral college vote, you still have to care about insignificant states. And I'm not trying to mean anyone from these states, by the way, but because of the electoral college vote, you have to care about what people in Ohio and Nebraska think. Um, people in Montana and Wyoming. So, and on top of that, again, I'm cynical that the average voter is that politically informed a to make a a rational vote. This is why a lot of us have been arguing for ranked choice voting, or even more radically so, for a type of epistocracy, which is where everyone still has a vote, but people who can demonstrate that they're an informed voter will have receive a vote that weighs more. So until we have something like that, I still support the electoral college, just because, like I said, I agree with the founding fathers that we need some sort of buffer between the average person who's a moron and the politically informed people and people who are in office. So that's I hope that explains it. Brian Arnold says, I'm going to vote for Trump. I don't care what y'all think. Times were way better. I'm not disagreeing with you, Brian. I think you just came into the chat, so you didn't see what I was saying. But like I said, I'm voting for Trump. And as far as I was concerned, like I was actually against them back in 2016. But I realized within that 4 years, the economy was doing pretty well. I was doing pretty well. Things didn't really become awry until the pandemic, and that was not his fault. He actually listened to all the health officials at the time in office, like that idiot Fauci. I shouldn't say idiot Fauci, that liar Fauci. Um, like, but up until then, things were running, running pretty well. Um, there were some problems with him on Twitter, though. I definitely agree with that. I know there were some people in the Intel community worried that he was going to get us involved in World War III from his outbursts on Twitter. But other than that, again, I don't take issue with his administration back then. Patrick Fung says, I'm gonna be honest, I'm left leaning and curious on your thoughts on the Trump Bible. Well, I'm not religious, so I don't know. I mean, it's not like he rewrote the Bible. He's just marketing Bibles with his under his uh under his logo and under his through his companies. I don't really have a huge deal with that. I'd rather, you know, him selling Bibles is better than, you know, Biden's son using his name to get cushy jobs in a Ukrainian firm or with Chinese executives overseas. So, but I mean, if people feel it's sacrilegious, I understand, but it wasn't like a big deal to me, Patrick, to be honest. Brian Arnold says no funding wars. Yeah, that was another thing. During during Trump's administration, we were not engaged in any new wars. Like we still had the Afghanistan war going on under Trump, but he didn't start any new wars like, you know, like Obama, like Bush, like Biden. Biden has us mixed up in 3 proxy wars right now between Russia. Sorry, I just had to reconnect, guys. Sorry for that little internet glitch. But anyway, I was saying, yeah, like Brian was saying, no funding of wars. I'm pretty sure Trump is going to probably pull us out of that Ukrainian mess. That is a sunk cost if I've ever seen one. But yeah, he got us mixed up in 3 proxy wars right now: China, Taiwan, Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Hamas. Obama was doing secret drone wars in places like Yemen and Somalia, and you know, places like that. You know, Bush was off the hook, of course. So yeah, no new wars. And as a veteran, I don't want to see my active duty soldier brothers like out there risking their lives for like pointless things, stuff that don't even concern us. Tom McGuire says he shut everything down during COVID. He said it would be over in a week. Yeah, no. So remember, yeah, they shut everything down. Everything down. They were saying it was going to be for like at most 30 days or 2 months. And I remember because if you guys remember, a lot of streaming platforms were giving free memberships at that time to encourage everyone to stay in the house. Like everyone was given like free service. Like I'm not gonna lie, even the porn places were giving free membership. Like even the porn companies were like, we're giving you guys free membership. Everyone stay in the house. So I guess they wanted everyone to stay in the house and fap. But besides the point, like everyone was like lock, key, and step. Like everyone was like, all right, we just gotta hold it down to beat COVID for like 2 months. And most people was like, cool, whatever. It wasn't until after that that it extended and people started freaking out. And Fauci kept literally just making up different things as he went along. First it was we don't need a mask. You just need 6 feet of separation. Now he later admitted that he just made that shit up, that whole 6 feet of separation. Then he also admitted that the surgical N95 or KN95 mask would have been useful at that original time, but he was worried that medical staff were going to run out of them. So he told people they don't need masks. Then he told people they do need masks. Then he told them you need masks, but you can wear anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a surgical N95 mask. Then he said, actually, no, that's not good enough. Now you need to wear 2 masks. And my idiot ass was actually walking around with 2 masks on, looking like a freaking moron. I would never do that again. Wearing 2 masks. Like I had like the cloth mask and the surgical mask on underneath, looking like a complete moron. I'm embarrassed about that today, guys. I seriously am. And then, once the vaccine was out, then they were saying, oh, you don't need to mask up anymore unless you're like in, around people who are sickly or whatever, or have pre-existing conditions. Then they said, no, you still need to wear a mask even if you do have the vaccine. Then they were saying, no, you need to not only get 2 shots, you need to get a third shot. Again, I was doing what I was told. I got a third shot. There was even a fourth shot that went out, but I think by the time that the fourth shot came out, most people just didn't care anymore. And I think a lot of people stopped wearing masks unless you were like really left leaning. Like, because there's still some places today, you go into stores, they still want people to wear masks. And I think a lot of people just wear masks just to show that they're progressive, or because there's no point in still wearing one. Tom said, remember when he said he could put bleach in your mouth and it would get rid of it? Who said that? Which you talking about Trump or you talking about Fauci? I'm confused. So I mean, there was a lot of crazy statements going on back then. Like, I'm not gonna lie, 2020 was kind of fun. It was really kind of fun seeing some of the idiots out there, seeing people come out, seeing people go to the supermarket wearing scuba gear masks was the funniest shit. I had one guy. I went out for a run, and I guess he was going out for a jog or a run himself. This dude had on a full tactical gas mask setup, like the stuff we had to train with in the army, our NBC gas mask gear. This dude had on a tactical mask setup to go run. I'm like, what is he doing? Like, is he practicing? Is he actually like someone in the service who's practicing? Or was he just a fucking numbskull? And I'm pretty sure he was just a numbskull. But it was funny. You had people who had socks over their mouths. Like, it was just crazy. 2020 was fun. Plus, there was no one on the roads at the time. So you could get anywhere on time back then. So I kind of liked it back in 2020, to be honest. We were getting the stimulus checks. So I was putting money. I was putting money in like my little Robinhood account or whatever. 2020 is all right. But it was a lot of misinformation from both sides coming out at the time. Brian R says nothing the Dem said came Trump. Oh, sorry, came true about him. Sorry, Brian. Patrick says, alrighty, thank you. Yeah, I mean, like Patrick, I was left leaning. Like like I said, I would say up until last year, I considered myself progressive, but I stopped calling myself progressive because it seemed the only way to be a progressive was to be more interested in identity politics than to be about what I thought progressivism was about. Like, once you start telling me that speech, that all speech, speech shouldn't be protected unless it's in defense of certain ethnic identity groups and stuff like that. I just lost interest, especially when you had some people literally saying that speech is violence, and I'm like, what? Like, I come from a background where, I've taken, like, I was a triple major as an undergrad, and one of those was linguistics, the other one was philosophy. So telling someone with a background in, say, like philosophy and linguistics or cognitive science generally, which was my background, that speech is tantamount to violence, I'm just like, progressives have just gotten very weird. really couldn't consider myself one anymore. Now I consider myself a classical liberal. And when I say classical liberal, I don't mean an American liberal. When I say classical liberal, I'm talking about like the liberals of the European Enlightenment, like John Locke, John Stuart Mill, George Berkeley, um, David Hume, Adam Smith, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, Isaac Newton. Those Enlightenment thinkers, those classical liberals. I, I can't I can't align myself anymore with the American left because this has just gone too far. Although I used to consider them my own, it, it's just gone too far. Tom says he bankrupted casino and university. Brian says he was ending the wars, produced more gas than any other time. Tom said shook hands with North Korea leader. He loves Putin. Mm, mm. Brian says Dems can't convince me why they voted for Biden without mentioning Trump. Exactly, because that's what I'm gonna tell you, Brian. To be honest, like I said, I voted for Biden, and the only reason was because they successfully scared me into thinking Trump was the bad guy. That was the only reason, because I was a Bernie supporter, both 2016 and 2020. But in 2016, they they literally they literally stole the election from Bernie, because because at the time the DNC had almost went bankrupt, and they were funded heavily through Clinton, so they pretty much own the DNC. and had and we saw the emails later on after the election showing how they were working to make sure that Bernie never got the nomination, and that even if he did beat Hillary in the primaries, they still were going to just deny him the nomination. And like an idiot, I still voted for that woman, only because Bernie threw his support to her. Same thing that happened with Biden. I was Bernie again, and he lost. And even though he was up ahead, but everyone in the primary dropped out and then supported Biden just to make sure Bernie didn't win. Because remember, it was like all these other candidates in the Democratic primary in 2020, all of them dropped out like immediately and threw their support behind Biden to make sure that Bernie didn't win, because when the primaries were starting, he was coming out on top. So they did whatever they could to make sure he didn't come out on top. And still I voted for Biden like an idiot. And that was literally the only reason, because I didn't like Biden. And just in good conscience, I said, I'm not doing it again. First time, fool me once, shame on you. Shame me twice, shame on me. So it won't happen a third time. Like, I feel dumb for voting for both those jokers. And like you said, Brian, it was literally just to vote against Trump. It was not to vote for Biden. So I'm not making that mistake again. It's like, at least I can be honest, right? Because some people won't be honest. Like, some people will say that they were always Trump supporters and they weren't, or some people will say they were always Biden supporters and they weren't. At least I'm gonna be honest with you guys, and I said it in other videos too. J.A.C says, didn't Trump just claim he never said lock her up? This was the tagline of his whole campaign. Hey, I'll even if he's lying, I'll even care. Like, Biden can lie. I mean, look, the reason he lost his 1988 nomination for Democrat was because they found out he was lying about his education and exaggerated exaggerated his accolades when he was in law school. So he lies. They all lie. Like, to claim that one is more of a liar than the other is just goofy to me, because they all lie. All of them lie. Like I said, he literally lost his election in 1988 because they found out he lied about his education. I'm talking about Joe Biden. Um, and then he wants to. And then he also lied, said he wasn't for desegregation. Yes, he was. The guy literally. I mean, even Kamala Harris pulled his card about that in 2020 when she was running against him before he selected her as VP. When she was running against him, she said she was one of those kids that used to get bused to an all white school when they instituted desegregation, and she said, but yet you worked against that desegregation of schools. And he just sat sat on the podium looking dumbfounded. But yeah, I mean, the dude worked against desegregation. He he patted himself on the back for working with supremacist leader Strom Thurmond in the U.S. Senate. He eulogized the KKK leader Robert S. Byrd. He co-authored the 1994 crime bill that sent tens of thousands of black men to prison for low-level drug offenses. Um, he he and then he wants to lie about that now. Like, nah. He's like, if even if Trump said lied about lock her up, so what? I don't. But it is funny though. It is funny. Plus, I'm sorry, Trump is entertaining this shit. Tell me, have you ever seen any other president pull up to SneakerCon and release his own sneakers? Like, seriously, like until he ran for office, black people loved Trump, man. He was in numerous music videos. Like I remember the music video he was in with Mace. Like he's in there, you know. But yeah, he he released his own sneakers. They're gold sneakers. And they literally look like something that Nike would make. It is funny. He's pulled up the sneaker con. I'd never even heard of the sneaker convention until Trump came to the sneaker convention last year in Philadelphia. So I'm sorry, he's entertaining. At least that. The only thing Biden is entertaining about is watching him trip. But or seeing his dog bite people. Anyway. And Brian says the big lie was the Russia collusion. Right. That was a lie. And now, on top of that, every time something comes out, they try to blame Russia. Like, you can't blame Russia for everything. Like, they literally, Brian, remember they literally tried to blame Russia for racism here in America, like back in like during while Trump was in office, they were saying all the racial animosity going on in America was because Russia is feeding social media platforms information that are upsetting black people. I'm like, really? That's why we're mad, because Russia is feeding us information on social media. Yeah, I'm sure that's the the whole reason. They will literally use Russia for anything now. Like, it is so Orwellian. The roofer on two said this is great. Vote for Esh. Get Esh. I'm gonna allow that comment. Ryan said, yeah, people still wearing that stupid stuff. Cancer cases went up after those shots. Luckily, I didn't have any problems. The thing, and the truth of the matter is, if you were healthy, didn't have a pre-existing health condition, you really didn't need it. But like I said, I was being a good progressive and doing everything they told us to do. The dumb thing is, and here's the funny thing, Brian, about the vaccines. Remember, the vaccination was first available under Trump, and then everyone on the left said they weren't going to do it. They was like, I don't trust that vaccine. That mind you, Trump is not a doctor. He's not the one who made the vaccine. It was made by medical experts who worked for both administrations, under Fauci, under both administrations. But when Trump was in office, people were first saying, I wasn't going to take the vaccine. I took it when Trump was in office. I didn't care about that. They was like, I'm not taking that vaccine. Trump doesn't know what he's doing. That is dangerous. As soon as Biden got elected, everybody needs to take the vaccine. It was the exact same vaccine, but just because of people's political biases, when Trump was in office, they weren't taking the vaccine, but all of a sudden it was your your duty as an American citizen to take the vaccine when Biden was in office. That's the kind of political craziness we're dealing with right now. The roofer, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Brian said Trump joked about bleach. If people don't know, he has a dry sense of humor sometimes. He was joking. The funniest thing I remember Trump was saying was asking if we could nuke hurricanes. That was like the funniest shit he ever said, and I just laughed. That was funny. I'm sorry, I do remember that when he said, "Can we nuke the hurricanes?" And that was funny as shit. um, but I do remember that. Eric says, I hated the COVID era. This is what made me leave EMS. Oh, yeah, you did talk about that before, Eric. I remember that. But like I was saying, 2020 was kind of interesting time because I had the choice with my work because it was considered vital. So it's, we could work from home or we could go to the office. I usually preferred to work at home, but looking at it now, I would have preferred to go to the office because it was easy to get around at the time because there was less traffic on the roads. My office was pretty chill. A lot of the people there was pretty chill at the time. Um, and yeah, like I said, we were getting these stimulus payments that I was just banking up. Um, and it was just like I said, sometimes it was just funny to see these people freaking out, like at the supermarket. Like the supermarket should have been. I told people they really should have made a reality show about supermarkets during the pandemic because it was so hilarious. Like I said, seeing people in like scuba gear masks at the supermarket was funny. But I could understand like working in emergency medicine would have probably been pretty bad at the time. I do realize that. So I don't want to make fun of what you probably saw while you were working as an EMT. Brian said that dude was getting high with that gas mask. Maybe I don't even know, but I'm just saying people wearing all sorts of weird stuff, Brian. Like people had like socks across their face or like stockings, just or bandanas. I'm like, do y'all really? I'm like, do y'all understand microbiology? This stuff is not stopping a virus from getting into your body. Wearing a bandana, the only thing you look like you about to hold up a train. Like people just looked ridiculous back then, and like all the toilet paper was gone in the supermarkets and stuff like that. Um, it was hilarious. Well, like I said, all the streaming platforms for the first 2 months gave like free memberships. Access guidelines were changing daily. People were panicking and calling 911 much more than usual. I had many sleepless nights at work because of it. I understand. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun of that. Um, yeah, people were definitely panicking. Like Kevin Samuels brought this up too when he said, how women keep saying like they're independent, they don't need men anymore. And he was like, yeah, but as soon as the whole pandemic thing happened, you saw how scared women look in this era. He said he remember even going to a supermarket and it was the last of some little item on the shelf, and the woman wanted to go get it, and this guy grabbed it, and so Kevin just looked at the guy like, come on, give that to her, man. And he did, but he was just like, he's like, what would she have done if another man didn't step in to defend her? Like, that's why he was saying like, or like, look at Bear Grill, the reality show Bear Grylls. Like the women couldn't fend for themselves. Like they literally had to step in to make sure these women didn't starve, where the men were just thriving on Bear Grylls on that one season. Um, but yeah, it showed that like during the pandemic, people quickly revert to their traditional roles, their traditional gender roles, very quickly. It's like it was definitely a lot of panicking. Like I said, people were like doing panic buys. Doing panic buys. People just buy up all sorts of stuff on the shelf they really don't need, like toilet paper and canned goods and stuff like that. So it was bad. Then what made it worse was that with a lot of people panic buying, there were a lot of restaurants that were closing down. So the Rufus says, why do people worry about things that don't make sense? It's like good drivers don't cause traffic, but bad drivers, we but bad drivers, we all know whom they voted for. I think I get what you're saying. Eric says, the worst shift I had was a 96 hour, damn, 96 hour, a 96-hour shift, and I had about 12 hours of sleep total. I was so sleep deprived that I was hallucinating and couldn't talk. I literally slept for 24 hours straight. Damn. That was some Batman type stuff. So I salute you on that. I don't blame you for leaving the. I don't. Just hearing that alone, I don't blame you for leaving that line of work. Brian said liberals are off the rails. Libs vote out of hate. Well, to be honest, both sides can vote out of hate depending on what's motivating them. The issue is sometimes people are more motivated to vote against something, to vote for something, especially if both candidates don't inspire people. Like, it, I, we haven't had like, I mean, depending like, this is why people like populist leaders. People want someone that inspires them to vote for them, not merely to vote against someone else. In the last two elections, it was just me voting against someone instead of voting for someone whom I actually like. This time, I'm voting for Trump. I'm not voting against Biden. I'm voting for Trump. But in the last two elections, I was voting against Trump. Um, but I haven't had like an inspirational vote in a long time, which is why I had grown to be like apathetic about voting and politics in general. Says they stole the whole show. More proof comes out every day. Eric says Bernie's policies are too extreme for me. The government has not shown me they can be trusted with tax money. I mean, that you make a good point. It was some things I just was for with Bernie. First of all, he was just more likable. Like he was like someone's he he made you think of like someone's like very like liberal grandfather, like some guy's Jewish grandfather who's just like a nice dude. Like, but I like Bernie. Bernie was whom I was voting for when he got pushed out both in 2016 and 2020. My first instinct was just to like not care anymore. But because he threw his support at the other candidates who pretty much pushed him out, I still voted in line with what Bernie was telling his supporters to do. But I won't do that a third time, even if he does throw all his support to Biden against Trump. I don't think Trump is the boogeyman. That whole I think that's just not going to work. That's not going to scare people anymore. It doesn't scare me. It doesn't scare other people. Tom says we're the only country in the world that doesn't go by the popular vote. Are you asking or are you saying? I'm not sure. No, we're not. I mean, have you forgotten China, North Korea, and Russia? those aren't. I mean, I don't know where you call those popular votes, but Putin being elected for the what's this, the fourth time? Yeah, I think this is the fourth time. Tell me that was a popular vote. Tell me to vote um for old Winnie the Pooh over there in China. Tell me that was a popular vote. Tell me to vote in North Korea for old Kim Boy was a popular vote. I assure you, those were not popular votes. um, and then in other elections, there's the the person isn't voted for, they're appointed by other people who are elected. Like I think the German chancellor, I don't think the German chancellor is elected. I think they're appointed. I believe someone can correct me on that. But Germany is a very democratic country, but I don't think they elect their chancellor. I think the chancellor is appointed, I believe. Someone can correct me on that though, please. The roof said, "What state and city is close to you? Because every city that votes Democrat loses." So I live in Maryland, right outside of Baltimore City. You weren't on the stream earlier, but I gave a little long rant talking about I'm tired of black Democratic leaders in Maryland. I'm tired of our governor Westmore, who's like the first black governor of Maryland. But I was like, I don't even trust him. Like he couldn't even tell the truth about where he's actually from. Like he lied and said he was a Baltimore native. The guy never lived in Baltimore. He literally was born in the DC suburbs of Tacoma Park and was raised in New York City and only spent time in Baltimore when he went to Johns Hopkins University. And he's an Obama wannabe. If you ever seen him on the news. And then we have this idiot mayor of Baltimore City, Brandon Scott, who's allowing the city to go down a shithole. Like people are scared to be in downtown Baltimore right now because there's so much crime going on, and it's mostly youth, mostly minors. There's no consequences to them committing crime in the city. Like the nicest, the what used to be the nicest part of Baltimore, that where people used to go hang out, called Fells Point. Every night there's just like underage drinking and people shooting and fighting out there every night. This was like the nice part of downtown Baltimore, that people hung out at night. People don't even want to go down there anymore. On top of that, they're trying to convince people to swim in the harbor of Baltimore. If you don't know how disgusting the idea of swimming in the harbor of Baltimore, think of the East River in New York City. Um, and I still think the inner harbor is probably worse than the East River in New York City. But it, I don't even want to go too far into all of that. But I think most democratically led cities are shit. So I don't know. Tom McGuire says Donald Trump was a carnival barker. I don't. Okay. The roof on two says perfect. A carnival barker is not a politician. I don't even know what a carnival barker is, to be honest. Tom says Donald Trump never takes the stand out of anything. At least Hillary took the stand regarding Benghazi for 12 hours being drilled by senators. Trump couldn't spend 5 minutes on a witness stand. That's probably because his lawyers advised him not to do so. You're gonna do what's in the best interest for you based on your counselors, what your counselors advise you to do. I don't get the point. J.A.C says gotta run for dinner. Thanks as always. You're welcome. I was supposed to end this like an hour ago anyway. I did not plan on going to 3:30. Tom McGuire says, where's Melania? I don't know. What's the point? I mean, again, Bill Clinton was getting blowjobs and doing his thing in the White House. That man had his own little throat goat intern. So what? Like we're gonna rate presidents on their marital. I mean, I don't care about presidents' extramarital affairs. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a presidential extramarital affair. So, hey, Brian R says Tony, the reason Hillary was there because she let soldiers die. Yeah, I mean they literally had to get some special operations task force to get them out there. I think they probably got CAG to get them out there. CAG is like the other word used for like Delta Force. I think it was either CAG or one of those other special operations task force that had to get those folks out of that embassy. But I don't, everyone can, depending on what side you fall on, everyone can bring up something that the other side did to bolster their point. This is why I'm politically apathetic. And Brian is completely right. He said everyone loved Trump till he ran as Republican. Exactly. He said numerous times he donated both to Democrats and Republicans before he was political. And people did love the Trump. Like I said, they even loved him. A lot of black people hate him now, but black people used to love Trump before he became a politician. Like people watched The Apprentice. A lot of people watched The Apprentice. Like I said, he was in rap videos. I can remember at least 2 videos he was in. People used, then they would use him in rap lines like "I want to be rich like Trump" or something, something, something. Um, he had that, he had that New York best-selling book that people hate now. So it's all political, guys. This is why I'm an independent, because I just don't think you can be critical thinking about politics if you're too partisan about things. Tom says he always talks tough outside of court, not in court. But Tom, who talks tough in court? Whom do you know talks tough in court? Not even Nino Brown talked tough in court. I'm joking. Like, I don't know if you ever saw New Jack City, but I mean, you know, Nino Brown took the stand. He said, "I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth, Miss Hawkins." He said, "I didn't have it the way you had it, Miss Hawkins." He said, "Crime," and so, he went on his little tirade. And then he ended up claiming that the guy who worked for him, his underling, was really the boss. But I don't care how tough you are out of court. No one talks tough in court. It's a whole different animal. You're not in charge in the court. The judge is. I've never, and anyone who did deem to talk tough in court regretted it later. Like that one guy last year who they caught on camera tackling the judge. Like he was he was there for probation, for just a probation violation, and she said no, she's going to give him time. She's not going to. She's not going to release him on the street. He's going to have to get some of his backup time. He was like, oh hell no. He literally jumped over the table and tackled the judge and beat the crap out of her. That's Until you do that, ain't no one being tough in court. That's the only guy I've ever seen be tough in court, where he literally jumped over the judge's desk and tackled her and started beating her. Unless you're doing that, no one's being tough in court. I wouldn't be tough in court. I don't care if I'm Superman. I'm not being tough in court. Like, that's a whole different animal. Patrick says thoughts on NATO. Not specifically. I think so I know Trump had issues with NATO, saying we shouldn't be throwing them money and stuff for certain things if it's not going to align with American interests, which I kind of agree with. Also, I think that NATO and our efforts to try to get Ukraine and some other places to become part of NATO was a mistake, and it kind of made Russia more aggressive, Patrick, because they said, we don't want NATO on our border. They found it to be, they saw it as a threat to their country to have NATO literally on their border, and that was one of the few things they said years and years ago, and we ignored them. So that kind of was a conflagration of what led to this Russian-Ukrainian war. That, and the fact that we found out a year later that Ukraine had actually invaded a part of Russia and attacked a place where they wanted to bring it back into the Ukrainian side. I forget which area, Donetsk or one of those places. But in any case, I don't have any strong opinions about NATO since I don't really know what's going on that much with it. But I I I hope that NATO, just like the U.S., isn't trying to get more involved in that Russian-Ukraine war, because it could lead us to having a full-scale war with Russia, and we don't want that. They are a nuclear armed country, and at any time they can start dropping smart bombs. Don't want that. So that's all I have to say. I don't really know much about NATO unless something specific you mean, because to be honest, I'm not too informed on what's going on with NATO right now. Tom says, how can you bankrupt a casino and bankrupt a university? How can you do that? Well, how can you bankrupt a country? I don't know. And the university, that was a for-profit university. It wasn't like I don't think that was like a brick and mortar school, as far as what I know. And so I know your question, like his business acumen. Um, I don't know. I mean, like I said, George Bush wasn't always a successful person before he was governor of Texas either. He had a alcohol addiction and stuff like that, which he successfully kicked. But I think he had a lot of failing businesses before he became a politician. Not every good politician is a good businessman, and vice versa. That's all I can say about that. I can't really speak to the fact that some of his businesses failed. The Roof on Two says you actually can't. Brian says never took that shot. Oh, that's what's up. I mean, and you probably, to be honest, Brian, you probably live somewhere where they weren't really like pushing everyone to do it either. Like you had some places that said, they weren't, in blue states, that is, like they were saying they didn't even want people to come in unless they had like the vaccine. So they were making so people were actually, have that vaccine card to show that they received the shot. But if you lived in one of those states that weren't doing that nonsense, then you probably weren't as pressured to get the vaccine. Like I said, I wasn't worried about getting the vaccine because, like I said, when it first came out, when I first received it, was when Trump was in office, and at the time, it was most people on the left that didn't want to take it, and that just shifted to the right when Biden came in office. So I took it. Plus, the other reason I took it is because I lived with someone I lived with someone with a pre-existing health condition, so I knew from a public health standpoint it would be beneficial for the person I live with, not for me. So that's how I looked at it. Tom says at least Biden can ride a bike. Donald Trump can't ride a bicycle. I don't know. You think Biden can still ride a bike? That man looks so stiff. Like he looks like he has rigor mortis. Uh, like I said, he's 81. He's going to be 82 after the election. That is so old for a president to be octogenarian. Brian says Kamala Harris says she wouldn't take it. Yeah, I remember that. I remember exactly when Trump was in office. I do remember her saying something like that. Absolutely. So, like I said, regardless of the administration, I took the shots. I took it when Trump was in office, my first one, and then the last two I took when Biden was in office. And it wasn't because of the presidents; it was because I trusted the science. Even though now I don't trust Fauci, I know he's a flagrant liar. Eric says they also push hard for virtual appointments. Oh yeah, because I remember even up until like I remember even like 2022. Like when I called my primary care, they said they were only doing virtual appointments. I was like, how am I going to do a virtual physical? How does that work? Like, how do they? Maybe you could tell me, Eric. But how are they going to? How are they doing virtual physicals? Like, how are they going to? Like, part of a physical is like taking your vitals. Like, how are you expected to take your vitals like on a video chat? That was weird. That the video, like a medical video chat, would have seemed more like a like you like you're sexting. Like, can you take your shirt off so I can see? Breathe in. Like, oh, what you doing? Doing a physical. Oh, you're doing a physical, huh? let me let me stop. But yeah, Brian says, Tom, what effort you smoking? Excuse me. Tom says, just the facts. I'm not smoking anything. The roof on Sap says, Tom McQuarrie, stop being a fool. Wake up. I mean, if he guys, if that's how he thinks, so be it. Uh, um, like I said, I every everything you do comes under scrutiny as a president. So every mistake you make, every verbal gaffe you make comes under scrutiny, and that's on both sides. So people were quick to point out all Trump's failures in office because most of the media leaned left. So a lot of them were quick to point out anything that he did or said that they thought made him look bad. Um, Whereas with Biden as in office, they were fully supporting him until the whole Israel Hamas thing. Now that's the first thing that like left leaning media institutions like have really called him out on, right? That and the handling of the migration crisis. Those were the biggest two things that the left leaning media really called. Actually, no, those aren't the first things. The first thing they actually called him out on was something that I completely agreed with what Biden did, which was he got us out of Afghanistan, and the left crucified him for that. I'm like, really? They crucified him for that, and then they let that go, and basically just gave him a carte blanche for everything else he did up until he supported Israel. I'm a I'm gonna post this time. It was hidden. I gotta allow it. Give me a sec. Tom says I don't like Biden, nor do I like Trump. They both suck. Hey, I understand. Be kind. Oh, first of all, what's up? Be kind. Says you resemble Isaac Washington a bit. I've heard that before. I don't think so though. I don't think I look like Isaiah Washington. I mean, I'm sure I'm sure a lot of people consider him a fly dude, but um, Brian says pants don't stop farts. How's a mask gonna work? Yeah, right, right. And it was like, and it wasn't just like we're not even talking about like the surgical N95 mask, Brian. We were talking about just cloth masks, and that was a complete lie to say that those would work. So like I said, you had people wearing like socks or stockings across their face or bandanas, and I'm like, okay, I know I've only taken one like general biology. I've never taken microbiology or molecular biology, but I know that these cloth masks are completely useless against um, germs and other like microbial pathogens. But we were doing everything, but people were doing whatever Fauci said. But yeah, it was ridiculous. Eric says no apologies needed. It was a weird time, and I get the humor. I just hated it because of how people were acting. True. Uh, Appreciate that. Tom says all the hospitals were full of all the doctors were crying out for more ventilators. Remember that during COVID? Yeah, I remember that. They were saying they were running out of ventilators. They were saying they were saying the the hospitals were overrun with like just so many patients suffering. And I think that spoke a lot to how unhealthy a lot of Americans are, because when you look at the stats, most of these people were people with pre-existing health conditions, especially obesity. And let's be honest, there's a lot of obesity in America. That's what a lot of these people like. But these weren't healthy. These weren't people like me who go out running every day. These were unhealthy people. There's a lot of unhealthy people in America. You mix that with a with a with a pandemic flu, it got bad. It was like over a million something people who died in America alone, and then people tried to lie and say America had the highest rates of COVID. No, they didn't. I was like, it was China. We know they lied. Like their official numbers was like 4,600 something people. So you're gonna tell me out of 1.2 billion people, where the freaking thing started, there was only 4,600 something people who died. That is a lie. North Korea was even more outrageous. They said zero. they they I guess you gotta kind of admire North Korea. They're like, at least if they're gonna lie, they're just gonna go hard with it. They're just gonna say we didn't have anyone who died. They ain't even like, at least China gave like a little fake number that said 4,600 something people. North Korea said we had none. We don't know what y'all talking about. We had none. That was funny. I mean, it was sad, but it was funny at the same time that they would just completely lie about that. He said Eric DeGuapo says, and their actions were impacting me directly. Yeah. Tom says, why don't you look up how many people died from COVID versus at the time? No, I just like, I remember I I was one of those morbid people that kept checking the death rates every day up until like 2022. It was well over a million folks. Like it just, like I remember we were all just like counting the numbers daily, because remember it was like those two spikes where it just shot up, and it was crazy. Like I remember during a time from 2020, like late 2020 up until like the end of 2022, I just kept checking. And no, I used to, yeah, i, I remember it. Eric says those numbers are inflated. Tom says very sad day in America. It was. Patrick says, how are the numbers inflated? Tom says, we all know people who have the Confederate flag whom they're voting for. That's not fair, though. I mean, it does. I get it, but yeah. If so, you just because a candidate gets undesirable people to vote for them doesn't mean that candidate himself is undesirable. So that I think that's a little unfair, because there are people whom are voting for Biden that I consider undesirable too. But does that make Biden himself undesirable? No. I have to be fair. I have to be fair. So if a bunch of like, you know, white supremacists decide to vote for X candidate, that doesn't make that candidate himself a supremacist or evil, because you also have like there are other people who vote, like Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam spoke well of Trump. He didn't say he was voting for him, but Louis Farrakhan himself spoke well of him at one point, like openly on the air, not like secretly in one of the mosques. He spoke openly well of Trump. One of the founders of Black Lives Matter, which I consider a complete farce, by the way, but even one of them, he was a black guy, not one of those women, those black lesbian women, but one of the male co-founders of that movement. He threw his support to Trump. You got people like 50 Cent throwing their support to Trump. Um, so it's like, if you have both like a supremacist and like the leader of the Nation of Islam talking positively about the same person, what conclusions can you draw from that? Do you say, well, this person is just evil, and that well, this person was formerly a good person, but if he's supporting the same person this person is supporting, then he's evil as well. I mean, it's hard to draw those conclusions. Brian R said Argentina voted correctly. I haven't heard of them. Brian said, am I a Ravens fan? Not really a sports fan. I mean, I rooted for them when they won the Super Bowl back in the day because that was at the time where Maryland, like, I think everyone was at the top of the game. Like, Baltimore won the Super Bowl. University of Maryland won the NCAA basketball championships. I forgot who else won. I know my school won a bunch of other championships like lacrosse and some other stuff, but that whole 2001 2002 era, that was my year back at college. But I'm not really a huge Ravens fan. I did go to a game with my father a few years ago. Only reason I haven't gone to more games with him is just because he and I had a falling out. But yeah, I used to go to, but we used to go to sports games, mostly to Baltimore Orioles games. But a few times I did go to the Ravens games with him. Um, but not a huge football fan. If I was, I would probably be rooting for my old hometown of Chicago, the Bears. Eric says death certificates usually list comorbidities and flu, cold, etc. will fall into that category, but the CDC changed that and told physicians to mark it as the cause. I've heard that. So I've heard that as well, Eric, but you're like the first person in the medical field that I heard say that. That's why I didn't really believe it, to be honest, because the people I was hearing it from weren't in the medical field. So I was like, man, you're just being, you know, paranoid or conspiracy minded, but I I have heard that before. But I think, but but it does kind of make sense that it would be a comorbidity issue because a lot of people, like I said, who died of pandemic, um, they had pre-existing health conditions. My grandfather, one of the conditions they listed for him dying was was COVID, but he was also dealing with dementia and stuff at the time as well when he was dying, and I think the flu. So officially, I don't know what his death was because they listed like pandemic, the flu, and of course, like I knew he was dealing with dementia before he died. I was glad, before he went to the nursing home and stuff like that. I used to, call him every week and check up on him. Told him how, about me traveling and marrying my wife and stuff. Because none of my family here went to my wedding since it was overseas. But he was like proud of me, saying, "Hey, I'm glad you're traveling. You should do that while you're still young and stuff like that." Um, but his mind did start to go away. So that um, I don't know. I don't know if we could say COVID was his cause, but they might have listed that as his cause. But this is in 2022 when he passed away. Patrick says, "Oh, I see. It's a question with dying by COVID or with COVID." Right, right. Brian says, "Don't forget Joe Biden taking showers with." Ew, really? I'm not gonna say that whole part, but yeah. Um, Eric says, "Yes. Tough guys in court usually pay for it." Yeah, like I'm saying, that that thing that Tom said didn't make sense because it was like, who's gonna play? I don't care how tough you are, and no one plays tough in court. Like you don't even see mobsters doing that. Mobsters are perfect. Mobsters have been perfect gentlemen. Anytime I've seen, um, footage of mobsters going to court, whether it was John Gotti, his son John Gotti Jr., um, that one guy who was smart as hell because whenever they had him on camera, he pretended to be mentally ill in the public, but behind closed doors, he was sharp as a tack. I forgot the name of that mob godfather. But all these guys, they were act they were like perfect gentlemen in court. Most of them would play up their age in court and make it look like they're all like frail and ailing and sick while they're in court. Like this is smart. Like no one plays tough guy in court who has a bit of common sense. So I don't know why you expect the president to act like a tough guy in court. He's gonna act like any normal person would when your freedom is on the line. John is back. He says, "Do you keep up with the YSL case? They turned it into a circus to get a mistrial." No, I haven't been. Patrick says, "I'd argue the conflict between Ukraine and Russia would have happened regardless if NATO existed or not." Yeah, I mean, like I said, to me, the Ukraine-Russia thing is more of a civil war than anything. You have ethnic Ukrainians in Russia, included in Putin's own family, and you have ethnic Russians in Ukraine. It it it's more or less a civil war than a war of than an international conflict. And it was just the reason why we're throwing our support against to Ukraine was that basically we had a treaty with them that if they if they refused to become nuclear armed, that we would support them. But sometimes you got to break treaties. um, this was not worth getting into. I mean, we sent them like over $100 billion in um, our last thing that we sent to them. We sent like $100 billion to like Ukraine. We sent a couple of more billion to Israel. Then we sent a couple of other billion to Taiwan. That money could have went here. Plus, at least it makes more sense in defense of Taiwan and Israel. But in Ukraine, it doesn't make any sense. Like, they're still losing. Like, all the support we've thrown them over the last 2 years, and they're still at a stalemate. And they're only at a stalemate because of our support. If it wasn't for our support, they would have lost a long time ago. There was even efforts for them to call a truce a year ago, and someone decided not to do so. Obi Kenobi said Trump University was like ITT Tech. Yeah, like I said, it was a for-profit school. It wasn't like I don't think it was like a brick and mortar school. All those for-profit schools are for Gazy. Like, if you got an ITT or Lincoln Tech or DeVry degree on your wall, I'm gonna laugh. Like, seriously, you might as well put that. You might as well put that next to your Cracker Jack box, little certificate. Like, they don't mean anything. So I mean, if he's gonna make money off of people who would waste their money in 4 years going to a for-profit school, that's their problem. Jay says, "You old enough to be my granddad's dad, fool." Old enough to slap your mother's cheeks together too. Tell her I'll be back at 5:30. Tell her keep it right, the way you do for your father. Schmuck. Anyway, Patrick says, "Well, this was interesting. I don't necessarily agree with probably most people here, but it's always better to hear both sides. Thank you for your input." Yeah, I agree. Like, that's cool. Thank you. And I always said, like, we don't have to agree on things. We just gotta be civil about it. Like, some guy earlier got mad because I disagree with him about something. He says, "Oh, you don't like people who disagree with you." I say, "No, I don't. People disagree with me all the time. It's just a matter of, how people do it. Like, if they're going to talk about something that's not even relevant to the chat, or or they're going to troll, like the dude that I just banned just now, I'm gonna push them out. But yeah, we don't have to agree on things. If whoever you're supporting, Patrick, at least at least you're assuring your decision. The same with Tom. Tom says he thinks both candidates suck, so I'm not even sure if he's voting. But I, he doesn't have to agree with me either. But I appreciate it, Patrick. Carrie Potter says, "Hello, man. How are you? Where are you from?" I'm from Maryland. When up Emma's being ignored. Eric says, "My doctor friends were killing it during that time. They had their patients on a digital conveyor belt and never had to leave their office." Damn. Eric says the hospitals weren't overflowing. There was a spike in calls, but what made it bad was that people were getting laid off for not taking the shot. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's crazy. And like the way they marketed the vaccine was disingenuous too, because instead of being honest and saying this is a community health issue, like we know you're healthy, but there are going to be people within your circle who aren't healthy. So to protect them, you get the shots because otherwise, your their exposure to you might cause them to become sick. If they were honest like that, that would have been cool. But no, they tried to pretend like it would magically cure you. Like it was just so much misinformation coming out, even from, like I said, people under the Fauci leadership at the time, that just made, now it makes people just mistrusting of public health. But Eric, I do remember saying they were saying hospitals were overflowing. So, but you said it wasn't really the case that they were, but they made it like hospitals were overflowing at the time, which is why they couldn't take any sort of appointments outside of like dealing with COVID. They said, and it created an artificial shortage of workers. When my agency mandated it, they were getting fined for each field worker who was unvaccinated. Fined? Damn. This is an agency. Was this like a union, or usually when someone passes away, there are several causes. It's hard to pinpoint the exact cause if it wasn't related to trauma. Oh, okay. Like I said, my grandfather, they said it was COVID and the flu, but like I said, he was also already suffering from dementia at the time. Uh, Actually, especially when someone has multiple underlying medical issues. Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna go soon. This was good actually. Like, we actually got to stay on subject mostly, even though people tried to derail it with, like, because we got earlier into like issues about the border, and that started because someone asked me what do I think Trump should do. um, as soon as he's in the office, and I said he needs to get rid of all these little um, Ill, Ill, undocumented migrants that are being pushed into inner cities and taking up all the resources, and the fact that they're given more money than veterans, I thought was outrageous. And then some of them are even going on TikTok talking about how they can utilize squatters' rights to take over people's homes and stuff like that. The most flagrant case was, of course, that Venezuelan dude who I think did get deported or something to that fact. Or like in New York City, where they're actually attacking police because there's you know there's no repercussions for them. They'll get locked up and then re-released. Like, it's crazy. And it was funny because the place the most the bluest cities like New York and Chicago and places like that, they were fully into having sanctuary cities and stuff, completely reversed their stance once they became those very sanctuary cities, because places like the governor of Florida, like Ron Sant, how you say his name, DeSantis, sorry, Ron DeSantis, and others start busing them to like New York and Chicago, and they was like, wait, we're not equipped to handle this. So it was funny. And then, like I said, the U.S. Mexican border is a national security issue, even if some people on the left don't want to believe it. But yeah, so that was my issue with that. When people were asking what do I think he should do when he immediately takes office, and it became a whole different issue. And some guy got mad and said, I'm no longer subscribing. I'm like, okay, have fun. But yeah, guys, if you haven't already, please like um, the video, subscribe if you want to get more of these rants. I also have a lot of other videos, and for people earlier when I was talking about ghost malls, like I said, there's a video of me walking through a ghost mall here where I live. Like, people are like, I don't know what a ghost mall looks like. You'll see what a ghost mall looks like in in that video. So other than that, have fun. I don't see any comments unless I know, like Eric was saying and J.A.C was saying, sometimes the algorithm would just automatically like get rid of comments that people leave if it has something that triggers their algorithm. I have nothing to do with that, guys. Like, I'm not censoring comments. So that's that is YouTube doing that stuff. Don't blame the content creators. We're not doing it. But yeah, um, but once I'm monetized, I'll do super chats. And then if people want to leave random comments that have nothing to do with the conversation, they can leave it as a super chat comment, and it'll display it across the screen for everyone to see it. But until I'm monetized, I don't do that. But you, you could leave a Cash App if you want, and then I'll answer whatever question you want, even if it's not about the current topic. All right. But aside from that, I think I'm out. Like I said, this went on way longer than I expected to do so, and I don't see any current comments. So I always give it a few seconds just in case someone's furiously typing something before the stream ends. But aside from that, I'm gonna go. I might do a stream later on a completely different topic. But again, this topic was, do people feel differently about the election now that both Trump was convicted of felonies and the son of Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, today was convicted on felony charges dealing with him lying on his background check to get a gun. So that's it, guys. Thanks to everyone. Thanks for the new people who came by. See you later.